Okay, I think we're live. Let's see here. Checking YouTube Studio. Da 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 dum dum. Yes, it does seem we're live. Welcome to today's Testing Thursday. I figured it would be nice to just go live and have the option to run a little bit around of Vera and look for interesting things that we could gather and grab for testing, and especially the desert nodes that I haven't actually been able to grab before now. There's been a lot of testing to do in the main biome, so that's a new thing. But first I'd like to look at some patch notes, and for that they should be up now. I'm just opening up Discord here in the background where you can't see it, so we could potentially get a look at those new updates and see. I mean, honestly, my biggest hope for the patch notes, and this is going to be my biggest hope probably for a couple of months or something like that, is that one day I will open up these patch notes and it will say, oh, we fixed the node spawns. We're going to have the actual system that we're going to have in node spawns. I am getting a warning. The current, and then it cuts off. It's not very useful. The core something something. The current bit rate is lower than the hoped bit rate. I don't know. I don't know enough about it to know what that means. The servers are just a few minutes late, according to Russian? One of the DMs, the game masters. So, I have my sheet ready in case spawn nodes haven't been fixed. I have a sheet where I can fill out as I find a node. I can go, oh yeah, this one I grabbed at 1905. Or rather, that would go here. I grabbed this at 1905, and then the next time it'll spawn will be like, that's an herbalism node, so that'll probably be like 2305. I can go like, yeah, that was a bluebill, and it was of rarity. And I can go, oh yeah, that was at Jova shelf. And then I can like make a bunch of notes of this, of any location, of any type of interesting thing that I find. Note. XX, and nothing yet. Do. Come on, servers. So yeah, we're currently waiting for the servers to come up. They will be up shortly. The message we've received on the Ashes of Creation Discord is glorious Alpha 2 testers. We're running a few minutes late. We'll do a ping here once realms are ready to start the next 5-day test. Thank you all for your patience. So we're just kind of waiting for that to happen. Do. Ba-da-dum. Da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. If you're watching this as a VOD, you might as well just look in the timeline and skip ahead until the servers come up, because yeah, well, I guess I can try to entertain with a little story, because I live in a house and I have a driveway, that's the English word for it, have a driveway where at the edge of the driveway there's like a lot of small snowdrops like lining the entire driveway, and that's something that I've been a little bit of I don't enjoy harvesting the snowdrops in the game, because I really appreciate the hey Dukedom, how are you doing? I'm just waiting for the servers to come back up. They're a few minutes late. So we're just looking at when I look over here, that's where I have you. So that's me looking at you. This is me not looking at you. This is me looking at a piece of electronics. But yeah, I have a lot of snowdrops in my driveway, and I'm really enjoying watching that grow. We have a tradition in Denmark. I don't know how international that tradition is, but we have a tradition in Denmark that around Easter time we will cut up like pieces of paper into intricate patterns, and then we'll send them as letters. We call them gæggebrev, and a gæg is a trickster, so it's trickster letters, I guess, something like that. But yeah, we will write out our name in dots or in B's or something, and have a little poem, and then and then attach a snowdrop to that, and people are supposed to like open those up and be like, oh, look at this, we guess who it is, and you're supposed to give people chocolate if they guess your name, and they're supposed to give you chocolate if they don't. But usually a lot of the people you'll send these to are children, so usually you'll hint in a way that makes it so that they will, get it, because it's a game. That's how it is. Same here, extremely tired. Oh, I feel you on the tiredness. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I had a tough time getting to sleep last night. There's a lot going on. This is it's the start of the year, the first quarter of the year. I'm a member of a lot of, what do you call that in English? Like volunteer organizations, I guess. We have a tradition or a culture in Denmark for volunteer organization, role-playing clubs, the Association for Danish Dramaturgs, all kinds of stuff like that. And we are going to have general assemblies all through this year, so that's going to be. I'm the board treasurer on 2 of them, so I've just finished 2 yearly accountings and had them pass through revision and stuff like that, so that they're ready to send out. That takes a lot of energy. Ooh, a ridiculous amount of poppy flowers. I really do like poppies, so I'm really excited to see the desert and to see how that shakes out. By the way, you tell me, Duke, if I'm too loud or too not loud, the opposite of loud, too silent. It's been a while since I've actually used this, and I've reset my my audio technicalities, my microphone over here. I've reset that since the last time I streamed anything, because honestly, I was peaking a lot in the videos when I was making all of the guides, and that takes, yeah. I had a guy who works with audio come and tell me all the things that I was doing wrong, and then I fixed them, and then I'm still not doing it super well, but I believe that the audio quality has increased a lot. Audio seems okay? That's great. Thank you. But yeah, puppies. I'm excited for that. Poppies are the flower that they were carrying during the First World War, right? The soldiers down in Europe, the Allies, they would carry poppy seeds in their front pockets because then, a lot of people died there, and when their bodies couldn't be recovered in time, and their bodies would decompose on the battlefield, the idea was that then the poppy flowers would grow on top of their bodies and be like, a very beautiful reminder of something very terrible. So that's always I like that law. I like when we as humans, like, we put a lot of story, a lot of intention into into all kinds of like flowers and gemstones and all of that, and we make our own stories with them. Like, I don't really believe in the energies that come from this gem or that gem, but I do like the idea that we ascribe meaning to things. That's a thing we do as humanity. So that's really interesting to me. Oh, the service is 10 minutes late. This is the first time I've actually noticed the servers being late, which is, of course, that would happen the day when I was like, yeah, let's do some live testing, let's check it out, it's gonna be great, and then, yeah, that's just how everything works, you know. But yeah. I am excited, however. I've I've upgraded. I used to like write down all of the spawn times and stuff on these post-it notes, and I've upgraded. Did they? I might just not remember that. I mean, according to the message they sent at go down, came back up. Yeah, I guess they were. I guess they were late. Huh. Maybe I should like move this stream an hour, because I was thinking of doing it weekly, because it's also nice to just be able to talk to some of you guys a little bit more directly. I'm expecting that the target audience for streams like this are people who are also into gathering a lot of data and a lot of, you know, being very engaged with figuring out how the system works and very nerdy about it in many ways. And I think it's super nice. I've had a lot of good chats on the Pirates Discord with a lot of people who are very knowledgeable and know a lot of stuff about what's going on and how everything is going and what people do and all of that. And yeah, I just thought it'd be nice to actually do something live. Also, to just, the guides are taking a long time. It's a long endeavor to make guides, especially when, you know, real life exists beside it. Yeah. But, you know, I'm enjoying my guide content. Right now, I actually kind of stopped doing the guides on. Well, I didn't stop it. I'm just still gathering information for both the. I would like to have a main guide on lumberjacking and a main guide on herbalism, just like I have one on mining. But it's been taking a while to gather all of that data, and I'm honestly, I looked around and I was like, okay. Some questions are being asked in general chat so much. So I would like for it to, you know, I'd like to answer some of those in a video format so that people could actually see it. So I've made a video, or I'm editing a video right now. I need a little bit of footage for it, but I've recorded and clipped that audio together. But the top 10 things people question in general chat, which includes things like, when will fast travel happen in the game? But also more simple question, more direct questions like, where do I get cotton? Because that's also one of the things that people seem to never get. And does copper even exist? You know, all kinds of questions. I like to know how stuff works in general. The moment I have to time it to the minute I lose interest. Yes, I understand that a lot, and I'm very much looking forward to when we don't have, or rather, not that we don't have to, but that we can't do that, right? I believe we're going to end up with a system where there is a randomization on the spawn timers, so that if you want to do the AFK thing, you're probably going to be able to. You're probably going to be able to stand in front of a node and just wait there and know that you know, maybe it spawns between 1.5 and 2.5 hours, and you will be able to stand there and be semi-aware of that screen, but maybe mostly look at your second screen and take in all of the YouTube video you're watching or whatever, and then just go back. But, you know, that won't be the optimal way to actually get a lot of ingredients. So I think that, you know, the harvest things just to harvest things play will counter itself the second it becomes something you have to actually stand and wait for. Also because if you have 2 nodes, right, and you want to harvest both of them, but one of them spawns earlier than it did last time and the other spawns later, then suddenly you might not be able to reach the second node before someone else does, and that will naturally like break down these monopoly chains of nodes that you can do currently. So, yeah. And I mean, we could see it when they come up here in a second, the realms. We could see a situation where, wow, look at that, they just fixed it, but I doubt it. They do seem to have other things they want to test first. 2 seconds. They do seem to have other things they want to test first. And from, I mean, I don't think Steven has really said it directly, but from how he talks about this reset, it sounds like there will be a major overhaul, but it will be like, you know, before phase 3, but probably like April or something, you know, late in phase 2. Yeah, I don't expect any randomization soon. Yeah, I don't think it'll happen either. I think it's at least not soon, right? In a couple of months, in 1.5, 2 months, something like that, we will probably see it. And I mean, it is in. I had a chat with a guy that were doing lumberjacking as their primary thing, and they actually reported differing rarities in the way that they gathered lumber. And at first I was like, that doesn't work. You can't have that, because I've stood in front of trees and I've seen them spawn the exact same rarity again and again and again. But they had spreadsheets and a lot of data for it. And I think the conclusion that we came to is that the trees, and this is one of the reasons that the lumberjacking video is delayed, the trees that spawn naturally might actually work in randomizing the rarity. That is, some trees, when you chop them down, they will sprout a little unharvestable sprout, and then that sprout will grow into an adolescent, and then that adolescent tree will grow into an adult. And the trees that grow like that seem to maybe, again, I haven't tested it myself, but that would be what the other person's data suggests. Maybe those trees actually, you know, work randomization-wise. Maybe not spawn randomization, but at least, you know, rarity randomization. And the trees that I have primarily grabbed are the ones that, you know, spawn a specific place. And those trees, especially all of the apprentice and journeyman trees, they spawn as adults or as adolescents and like stay in that state, and they don't have the little pre-sprout spawn. So yeah, even if it would be a priority thing, it would probably take a full 6-week cycle. Yeah, I agree. Oh yes, wait, it's scheduled to go through. I was like, it's scheduled to go through Tuesday the 11th of February. And I was like, go through like start up, but they mean go through like go until. Yeah. That makes sense. Alpha 2 scheduled to be up 5 days a week. Daily restarts. Ooh, they're going to have daily restarts at... Okay, this is 11 a.m. for me, but I'm a filthy European. So that's probably about 2 o'clock for you, since the EU realms will be down 2 o'clock for me. And update nodes. Give me those sweet update nodes. Yes. That's not a long list. Cleric's divine power should no longer get removed. Prevent healing, heal multiple targets, additional corrupted respawn. Temporarily removed NPC. Updated. Well, notes on the world map, they will probably mean the city notes. It's interesting because normal nomenclature would be to call, a copper node for a node. But because they call the city nodes for nodes, that's a little bit confusing sometimes. Fix a bug that let guild skills go negative. Lighting improvements. Adjusted respawn rate of minotaurs. The required experience and glint required for leveling guilds has been modified. Lower levels should now be easier to obtain, and the glint on guild commodities has been reduced. Oh, this last part is huge. I remember looking at it, and it cost, 5 bright glint, 5 heroic quality glint to at all interact with the system. And as a primary artisan, that's just, it's a lot. It's a lot of glint. Like you only get 1.1 green glint for doing, the random artisan commissions, and a little bit more up to 2.2-ish if it's a mayoral commission. But like, if you're not combat oriented, glint, while it goes through fast enough to be caravan worthy, it definitely doesn't go fast enough to make sense in a in that kind of a what's that called? Big environment in like, yeah. Anyhow, realms are unlocked and I'm starting up the game. It's exciting. I'm so excited to go into the desert and actually see what's down there. Gather some poppies, gather some sandstone, I believe one of it was. I got a little bit confused at some points because oh, you can't see it because I have this up. There we go. Excellent. I got confused the first time someone began linking sandstone because it's such a close name to limestone. And I was like, oh, it's the journeyman resource. Wow, that's cool. But they're actually doing different resources, of course, in the desert. And I am excited to see, to harvest my own first sandstone. I'm excited to see if the rarity ratings still work, if all of that kind of thing. And I am going to, I'm just bringing this back up because, and I have to tap to get over there on my own PC. I have my schedule ready to pick out any things and, get the testing done. Sandstone and obsidian. It's nice. I've made a little black box for myself so that you can't see chat. I still can, but bloop, there we go. And it's always exciting to see, all of these very, very nice sword character models, the new race. I especially love the demonic sword race. That's a great addition to the game, and can't wait to see more of that. Right, I just finished a lot of Willow back when I was last online, and I'm in Winstead right now. I am just gonna grab some of the sales. I think one of the things that I would like to do is bring the tooling capacities with me, because I don't actually have a journeyman axe yet, but I am a journeyman lumberjacker, so I think I should probably keep the ingredients. Do I have them in this storage? I do not, so I'll have to go to Halcyon real quick and grab some ingredients for a journeyman pickaxe. Yeah. And just to make sure, it's weeping willow and tin and one last thing, a slate weapon mold, and I believe I did pick up a slate weapon mold specifically for this. Otherwise I'll have to grab one somewhere. Did I not pick up a slate weapon mold? I might not have. Oh, so much storage. It's kind of a mess. Salt. Oh well. Oop. I guess I didn't. See if we can just grab a mold. Again, I don't think... It sucks a little bit, but like, since there's consistent rarities, I don't know how much like rarity rating actually means. So getting a high quality might not actually matter right now until they fix that. For anything other than like amount of times you can hit something before it breaks. I am just going to put aside a little bit of the willow here, and then I'm gonna go grab my tin. Might want to keep the rare apprentice axe. Not really worth it for the braidwood. Yeah, I mean, you're definitely probably right. Like, I've seen a lot of braidwood for sale, and it goes for about the same amount of gold as the weeping willow does. Probably mostly because the braidwood don't actually have any. It doesn't have a lot of use yet. You can make caravan parts with the high quality stuff, of course, but you can't really. You can't make the journey the next tier, which would be master tools, right? Novice, apprentice, journeyman, master, grandmaster. Am I forgetting one? No, I think that's the 5 things that are. But yeah, you're probably right that it wouldn't be worth it if I was just simply going to. Wow, that's a little bit of rubber banding. It probably wouldn't be worth it if I was just going to do it because I wanted to, optimize my gameplay. I probably wouldn't actually upgrade my axe by now. But I am making guides and stuff, and I like having access to as much of the game as possible for that purpose. So for that alone, because of my little guide making... Ooh. More rubber banding. Interesting. Because of my my little passion project in making guides on the YouTube channel, I think it makes sense for me specifically to actually go grab the journeyman so that I have access to all of the materials, so that I can also... I would like to just find a braidwood tree, chop it down, and then stare at it for 4 hours until it respawns. Just because that means I can confirm that it fits the schedule for myself, and I think there's value in that. It's one of those things where I do want to make sure that I can... I do want to make sure that the statements that I make, as much as possible, I would like to be able to confirm them for myself, right? I want people to be able to trust that when I say something, it's because I have tested it, or Steven said it. Because otherwise it's just, it can be difficult to actually... It's a feeling of integrity thing, I think, more than anything. The secondary journeyman recipe looks kind of interesting, but requires wordstone mold. Yeah. I actually kind of like the idea that there are a secondary possibility for the tools that are meant to be to come into play as the same tier ingredients can be harvested constantly, rather than the lower tier ingredients. And I like that they generally have better stuff, better quality, better all of that. I am getting some weird lagging out. I wonder if that's because I have this set to low graphical quality, and if I just take a look at my task manager, I'm only using 57% of my memory. I'm using like 80% of my CPU though, so I guess maybe I should get a CPU upgrade before, or not before streaming, but to optimize streaming as I go. Brian, can you throw in some Arnold Schwarzenegger lines when you're going over things? I don't know if I'm doing a good Schwarzenegger. Get to the halcyon. I am the law. See, it fits very well because according to most of the servers, that is how we as actual pirates act, right? I am the law. Get to the halcyon. What does he say actually as he jumps over things? It's been ages since I've watched Terminator. Good movie though, for its time, I hope. Oh god, is this one of those things where if I go back and watch it now, I'm going to cringe at how it treats women or something? Old movies, you are so good, and yet sometimes you don't age well. You don't age well. But yeah, that is how it does. I jumped off a cliff. I didn't actually. I should find like a catchphrase for jumping off a cliff. I could be the Doctor. I could be Doctor Who, Alan C, or something like that. Geronimo. All of those sayings. I'm also thinking I'm going to take the Weeping Willow logs and I'm going to bring them with me down into the desert to see if it sells down there at the lumberjacking thing. I wonder if their wood shop is actually able to process the wood from the desert, the cactus wood or whatever, or not process, but like make tools out of, or if the tools are actually still bound to being, you know, the same old, because if there's no weeping willow in the desert anymore and you need weeping willow for your tools, then potentially there's profit in bringing it to people. Give me your glint, your willow wood, and your leather jacket. Yeah. I was going on autopilot while reading that. But let's just check out how many planks do I still have. Oh, I'm actually sold out in Halcyon. Wow. So what can I put them up for currently? Willow. Weeping willow. Weeping willow plank. I put 3 E's. Weeping willow. Oh, there's some uncommon for 5/5. Oh, that's great. I do want that. Let's just see here, here, and here. Oh, this is a great price. Grab, 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 grab. Nice. Thank you, Lofi. That's a great price for some uncommon Weeping Willow wood. Don't mind if I do list some planks for a slightly higher price. Well, I generally go 17 in Halcyon, and I do it like 20 in all of the other places because, you know, when you're on a team, you have to represent, right? It has to be cheaper and nicer and better to be in Halcyon than it has to be being anywhere else in this on this server. That's just I don't make the rules, or I just am completely biased by them. And then maybe some 30 silver rares. Seems nice. I'm going to add another one here. I think that can sell in 3 days, probably. Oh, this is excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. And I do have over 100, so I can make a big, nice order there. Very nice. Dum 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 dum. And let's just again. Do I really want to use my legendary tin for this? I probably don't. I'm probably just gonna grab like. I'll grab the rare, I guess. Like 10 of it. 10. Whoop. And yeah. Oh, I have more planks here. Nice, nice, nice. I think I'll put over another 20 stack just to get that done, and then we can finally head down towards the desert. Popping by Winstead to set this to processing on the way there. Da 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 dum. List item, planks, a lot of them. 17. Very nice. I should really buy a mount at some point. I've been stingy. I look at the prices of those mounts going like, oh my, 16 or 18 gold for a nice quick mount. But that's a lot of gold. I can use that gold for, you know, purchasing large amounts of willow wood or something like that. But it is definitely valuable. Thank you. I will enjoy the desert trip, Duke. If that's a goodbye message, then, you know, enjoy the rest of your evening as well. Or if that's just a hype message, then woo, hype. Exciting. Every time I like run in a straight line, maybe I should actually, I don't usually play with sound on myself, but maybe it makes sense to like put it on for the stream so that there's something to listen to when I don't talk all the time. Yeah, I think that's decent. I don't know how loud that is compared to my voice, so, you know, feel free to pitch in and go like, oh my god, my ears, they hurt, they bleed, you have killed me. I just, every time I talk about you have killed me, I get this flashback to a, in Shakespeare, in the Scottish play, for those of you who are superstitious, or Macbeth for those of you who aren't. There's a time where Macbeth sends assassins for the son of one of his rivals, one of the people he's worried will try to overthrow him after he killed the king. And as he stabs one of those assassins, the assassin goes, "You egg, young fry of evil." And I just... That's so great. So, you know, when if you ever go, I don't know how creative I am, I don't know if I'm no Shakespeare, then remember that sometimes Shakespeare goes, "You egg," as an insult. And, you know, I find that encouraging, because if Shakespeare can use "you egg, young fry of evil" as an insult, then it's kind of okay that I say stupid things sometimes, right? That's just one of those things. Yeah. But for now we have, well, a double-sided quest. We're going to get it back into Winstead, get these nice weeping willow logs that we just grabbed for cheap at the Halcyon market, processing, and then we're going to head from there down towards the desert to actually get to test out some of the nodes. It's all a little bit delayed since the servers were 20-22 minutes-ish delayed, but you know, we'll get there, and I'm really excited for my first time in the desert. I've heard that the herbalism node, one of the herbalism nodes down there, are poppy flowers, and those are just very beautiful flowers. So very excited for that. Also to see if everything just like spawns in the same way that it does up here. You know, I'm fairly certain if I chop down one of these oaks, it'll take about 45 minutes for the sprickling to spawn, then another 30 minutes for the adolescent oak to spawn, and then another 30-45 minutes just before the entire tree grows up. And it's just one of those things, right? You know, now that I have the spawn timers down-ish up here, but I I'm saying that, but I don't actually have, at least the rarity. It's not necessarily fixed for the trees. I talked to someone who had done a lot of spreadsheeting and had done a lot of harvesting in a loop like down here by the ruins of Ayla, and who actually experienced a consistent differentiation of rarities between harvest rounds, which goes against everything that I've tested myself. I've again and again, primarily for some spawns over here, had the same tree drop the same rarity again and again until a shuffle happens and the node itself changes. And I haven't had the time to test that yet either. But, you know, today's desert, but there's so much to test, so much to do. Everything. The ups and downs of the social sandbox, right? There's a lot of content if you make it for yourself. But there's also just an overwhelming amount of content if you make it for yourself. Phew. But it is going to be exciting. Let me just check that I have the right gear on. Lumber miller. That's excellent. Because this does have that. One of the things that I am really excited about is the fact that I'm making these into planks means that there are 2 chances for it to upgrade. So I can get a couple of these being rare planks, and if I'm lucky, 1 or 2 of those rare planks will, not planks, but rare timber, and if I'm lucky, 1 or 2 of those rare timber will actually go and become heroic planks. It's only something that's happened once or twice, probably because I just don't have enough, quality rating. Ooh, desert restored treasure map. That's nice. I'm just checking if there's any more. If this has any more cheap weeping willow. But also what it's worth down here right now. 8 is decent. I would probably take 8 if I wasn't already looking for something else. And planks for 24. And my planks sell for, that's, it says 20 here, but that means that it's 22 on the store. So I am pretty happy with that. Oh, right, I need to go grab my tinder to actually, or fuel, I think they call it in this game. Do I have any weeping willow that I should put in with it? Nope, that is all I have. Good. We love to see it. And weeping willow. There we go. And uncommon, and I should have enough for that. Let's do 100. How many more do I have? 18. So I can do 10. Not that. And then a 5. Yeah, seems. Ooh. Did I just? I don't think I'm going to get that back, am I? If I cancel that job, I won't get the fuel back. I think I just put an uncommon weeping willow into the fuel line. Yeah, that happens. So I was going to grab this with me down to the desert and this with me down to the desert so that I can make myself a nice little tool. Am I going to care about the quality at all? I'm really not. I'm not going for the quality here because the quality is, with the rarity rating not really working, the quality is kind of useless. So I am going to just I'm just going to use my common weeping willow. Rare tin isn't that valuable anyways, so having rare tin, uncommon slate, I'll probably get an uncommon pickaxe and I'll be happy with that. Yeah, having some Western Larch for fuel when I'm down there is a good idea. So, yeah, and I have extra Weeping Willow because I would like to see how it sells in the desert. So we're going to go for Asmaran, where there is a wood shop. That is the only place with a wood shop in the desert, yes? Yes, excellent. Oh, is that a Weeping Willow I spot back there by the trees? Weeping Willow, where are you? There you are, there you are. Please be legendary quality. It's only adolescent, but, you know. We take what we can get. Ooh, drum roll. Oh, that's rare, actually. That's enough to probably be worth, like, just noting down here and going at... This is... I'm at 19, my local timer, or 7. So 8, 9, 10, 11. So 23, 46. There will be a willow spawning just south. Oh! We're just going to deal with that agitated... Oh, that's a different agitated grip. Do 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 do. Did you know that? I really love that if you change targets while your Chilling Lament is going off, the Chilling Lament changes target as well. So, like, you can freeze multiple targets with it. It doesn't just get wasted if your target dies, which is really enjoyable to me. Anyhow, I was noting something down. Just south of Wynn, and I harvested it at 1946. And it is of rare quality. Excellent. Boop. Then we can move on. Maybe that'll be a natural time to come back, but honestly, probably not, since we are going to be... If I want to actually test respawn times for things in the nodes, that is going to take 2 to 4 hours for those respawns. 4 for the trees, likely. So, you know, we probably won't be back for that, but it's nice to know it exists. Let me just real quick heal myself up while we go. And we're off. We just found that nice rare Weeping Willow spawn, and we just noted it down. But we probably won't be back for it because, again, we're testing desert spawn timers. And for those who watch the VOD, the reason I just repeated myself is because I just noticed the viewership number change. So I figured it would be nice for whoever just came in here to actually know what was going on. But yeah, I have some ingredients with me so that I can upgrade my pickaxe. Big pickaxe, just axe. To a journeyman one, and I am excited to see what happens down in the desert. You know, shout out in the chat if you spot a willow tree that I don't, because I would like to get any and all of them. The same thing with tin or iron. I don't know if I care much about anything else. I do care a little bit about emeralds, because some of the best in slot gear. There's an iron over there. Some of the best in slot gear that you can get on your character currently is actually level 10 gear that's +9, +10 enchanted. So it is oftentimes worth just, you know, if you can get legendary quality of that gear, that's, you know, that's good. So I am looking for emeralds when they spawn, in case I can find a couple of legendary emeralds, because that would be absolutely awesome. Is that another willow tree? Do mine eyes deceive me? Am I just really that lucky today? I don't know if we're even going to get to the desert. Maybe I'm just gonna stay here and chop down the... It's heroic? Oh my god. Yeah, we're going to be noting that down as well. 2351 and willow and... How do I describe this location? Just where the arrow, we'll call it an arrow lake, just where the arrow lake drops. Arrow lake points west of tower. And we harvested at 1951. And it was actually a heroic harvest. It's crazy. It's Thank you, game, for going, oh, today's the day you're going to the desert, is it? What if all of the notes that you found were just so great that you probably should be back for them? Thank you. But, I mean, I'll take it. I'm just gonna hold on to these. Heroic and rare willow just out of the gate. I'm excited about that. I really, really am. It's so nice to be back in the game. I can feel when there are these two-day downtimes, I can feel myself growing restless because it's just... There's so much I want to do in this game. There's so much I want to test so that I can put it into a guide for this YouTube channel. And boy, it's just... When there's downtime, it just sucks. I actually... My primary objective right now is to make a lumberjacking and an herbalism guide like the one I did for mining. Because that one was really popular, and I figure it's nice to know the differences between that one and then when you have these other professions, primary gathering professions. But at the same time, it takes a long time to test that kind of thing. So I've actually been doing a different video. I've been doing a video on the most asked questions in general chat. Which is, oh my god, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Go away. Oh well. The most asked questions in general chat, because there are just some questions that I see over and over and over and over and over and over again. And I mean, you can probably guess some of the questions that are going to be in that video. Like, if you were to go, oh yeah, there's some questions that I see repeated again and again, then those are probably in there. I've also taken some of those that aren't, and this might be a little bit cheating, but I've taken a couple of the questions that aren't actually most asked, but they are. Ooh. He seems to be coming back for his stuff there. That aren't the most asked questions, but they are frequently asked questions. And I think mixing a little bit of the obvious stuff with some of the things that might actually require a little bit of research makes the entire list seem more interesting. So while I'm going to call it the most asked questions, it's more like, you know, in the general vicinity of most asked questions. For example, oh wow, there's you can't see my game. Ah, there we go. In the vicinity of most asked questions, because there are I just got completely thrown off by what I was going to say. I was talking about questions. Right. Yeah, I think it's a better viewing experience. There are some questions like the question, when will teleports be implemented? Or rather, when will fast travel be an option? And that is not the most asked question, but it is a regular question. Ooh, this one is outside of the bounds. That one might actually be a real node and not just the freehold. But it might also just be the freehold, which might be why people aren't checking. It's just the freehold. Confine yourself to your space. Wow, these freeholders and their American... Oh, it's land. It probably belongs to me kind of way. But yeah, so it'll be a mixed video of like... when will teleports be implemented, or when will fast travel be implemented, and then also how do you find cotton, because people get really confused about that apparently. You know, you can't find it in the wild like you can flax, and you have to do the farming thing. Yeah. Do 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 do. That's not a flax node. That's flax nodes are kind of hard to see. The game is rather good about giving like a little outline of nodes, like when they are small or in the distance. It's nice to have that little outline that makes it visible, but the flax outline is very slim, unlike the I don't remember what these are called, but this node has a very much more pronounced outline. Let's call it a pronounced outline. So you can see as I'm coming up against it, it kind of stands out. It kind of pops. What are they called? They're called grave lilies. The grave lilies have a great outline. It's very easy to spot grave lilies, but flax don't quite have enough of a pop in the same way, I believe. Wow. Random leg spike. Is that because I'm kind of transitioning into the desert? I shouldn't be yet. Weird. Do 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 do. Do 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 doom. It is a very beautiful game, though. I generally do low quality when I'm recording and when I'm doing stuff just to whoa. I think I just passed over into the desert. 2 seconds. Can I get those trees to respawn? Come on, fake trees. Respawn for me. Come sir. Huh, no. Oh, there we go. I sometimes hit page up by accident when I'm trying to hit numlock, which is the auto-run key by default. And I haven't found a good place to replace it. Usually I do it on R, but I've gotten so used to having an ability on R, so... yeah. I should really just remap these so that I get up to 9 at least. Because... that's one advantage of being left-handed. The way I hold my keyboard is with this hand. So that means that this finger is on my control button and these fingers are on my WASD, and then this finger is actually free to like go roaming. So I can pretty easily reach the higher number keys in a way that people who are right-handed seem to sometimes find difficult. Yeah. The more you know. And all of that. Okay, we're officially in the desert. We have these... I think they are acacia trees. I don't actually know what they are called in English. Acacia is a Danish word, or at least that pronunciation is. They might just be called acacia trees, or... ooh. Wait, but the patch note said that I would no longer be flashbanged. This seems like a flashbang to me. Yeah, let's slash bug it. Noticeable and sudden difference in lighting overlay when moving into desert flashbang. It's a visuals thing, lighting thing. When moving into the Sunhaven node, there's a sudden shift in tone to better reflect the what do you call it? The aggressive sun, the sweltering heat and sunlight, which is nice, but the transition is very sudden and jarring. Steps to reproduce. Move, plug in near the bottom of the mirror left node, move south into the desert, Sunhaven node. When you hit the transition point, the screen jarringly shifts heat signature, shifts color, and of course the click. Let's see if we can just put that over in a, there we go. Nice. Moving right along. Our actual goal is to get down to Asmaran, so that seems like we're going this way. So yeah, this is my first time. Well, my first time in the desert set after they added desert nodes. I have been down here before they added that, back when you could in this like green area, you could still find a lot of normal nodes or whatever you'd call them. Well, nodes belonging to this biome, the foresty meadowy biome. Yeah. Oh, that mob is only level 10. Oh, are these... these are all poppy flowers? Oh, that's so nice. Well, they're orange poppies. I kind of expected them to be redder, honestly. Mostly because my primary interaction with the story about like the poppy flower is from that World War I thing, where soldiers would carry poppy flowers in their breast pockets, so that when a lot of people died on the same battlefield, unalived on the same battlefield, I guess for social media reasons, they would all, you know, feed the mold. Oh my god, there's so many. This is like, it's as far as the eye reaches in every direction. Also because they're so small. Like, a flower field in the rest of the game is like this big. These are so... Oh my god. Huh. Well, it just keeps going. Is that someone's thing? Yeah, that is someone's thing. I love the long boys. Those mules, perfect. 10 out of 10. Please never change. Going this direction. I'm trying to keep like to the rocky sides of things because I want to see if... Oh, wait, these trees are the... Yes, they are called acacia trees. Oh my god, these trees are I'm so used to the trees down here not being harvestable, so I kind of just assumed, which, you know, makes an ass out of you and me. My god. But here they are, acacia wood. Woo! Let's grab a bunch. So we can process it. I brought down some larch from the other biome for the fuel for the fuel value. Yeah. These only have a fuel value of 8. That actually means it's a lot of wood that... Ooh, flax. So flax does spawn down here as well. That makes sense. Flax should grow well in warmer biomes. What was I saying? Right. So that means that acacia has the same, like, fuel value as... Okay. That's a cactus, and I think the cactuses should be harvestable. Ooh, baby. Aww. Boo. 1 out of 10 game. Never gonna buy. Never recommend. It's like when a cat isn't petable in a game. Actually, let me just put you guys up here, put you here, and you here. Oh. It's... Oh, what are you? Paintbrush. I'm not actually apprentice. Like, I've begun to have to, you know, pick my notes. I have an alt that can actually pick this up, but I can't do that on my main character. That seems to be a harvestable longboy. I can target it. I find it a good way to judge from a distance if something is a huntable. I can target this. I can't target this. That means that thing is probably a huntable, but it's also very close to a lot of mobs, so I'm probably not going to be able to get it. Ooh, and bluebell spawn down here as well, so they do spawn... That's another cactus. I'm going to check if that one's harvestable. But yeah, so they do spawn some resources of the same type as the other biome. That's another paintbrush. Yes! Okay, so the acacia is novice, right? So this one is apprentice, I assume. Give me that cactus wood meat, whatever you'd call it. Nice. Oh, I really like that. I really like that. Ruby, meh. But sapphire, not meh. Wow, those... Oh, I love it so much. I know they're probably going to stop doing it. In the very... In phase 1, the clutter, the very... Ooh, how do I do this best? I guess I simply have to move some things down. Yeah. Bloop. In phase 1, they did have very dense resource spawns, and like they've cut back on that, and I think that's a good idea. Honestly, I think it's for the best that they cut a little bit back on the resource spawn rates, but I do like that it's, you know, it feels realistic, right? Especially with flowers. There's, you know, when you see one flower blooming, you rarely just see one flower blooming. It's most often a network of a lot of flowers. I am so hyped for this. I'm going to... I've been considering, like, should I take that cactus and, like, note it down in my spreadsheet and have it... But it's very far away from my destination. I think I'll just see if I can find one or two closer to it. because I definitely do want to spawn camp a little bit, see if I can figure out that their spawn rates are the same down here as they are up in the other zone, the other biome. You know, will the cactus have a 4-hour respawn on the dot, or will their respawn rate be different, right? And will they always drop the same quality is also a thing I'm very curious about. Because in the end, I do really want them to change the quality system that right now, when you mine and when you harvest, well, I'm going to say most trees, the trees that don't naturally grow from little sprigs to adolescent to adult, those that just pop in as adolescent or as adult, when you harvest those trees, it does seem that the quality of that is static as well. And it really sucks that rarity rating isn't useful right now. I want rarity rating to be useful so bad, but it just isn't really. Yeah, it isn't right now, and that's okay, right? You know, alpha is alpha. They have to choose what systems to engage with at any given time, and I have all the leeway in the world for the developers, especially because they're doing so well. Wow, there's just so many things are being fixed, so many things are changing, so many things are updating. So, you know, that the thing that matters most to me personally as a player, no, that's just granite. I think that's just granite. Oh, I was just getting hyped for the sandstone. But the things that matter most to me as a player specifically is further down on the priority list. That's, you know, that's okay. It is sandstone! It's sandstone! This is probably going to be updated, right? Like, this is just the granite node, but with an updated texture. They are probably going to... Huh. Well, streamer luck, am I right? Okay, that one is definitely getting noted down. So, we have harvest time mining. 2012 sandstone. Actually, this one is the one that's supposed to say 2012, and this one is supposed... That depends. Is sandstone the novice thing? Is it novice here? It is novice. So this is probably going to be a half-hour respawn then. It's going to be 42. This sandstone is legendary. And what do I call the... How do I... Just south of the L rock. That's probably how I'm going to... South of L rock. I am just going to grab a quick screen grab here. Because then we'll see if sandstone nodes are actually... You know... Do they respawn exactly half an hour? And how do they figure out that entire interaction? Because the best thing about the legendary nodes is that the likelihood of getting legendary... I don't wanna. Okay. Safe, I think. It's so unlikely that you'll get... Oh, I forgot to click this off for you guys, sorry. It's so unlikely that you'll get 2 legendary nodes in a row, specifically from the same node, that if you do, that's a very significant sign that very likely the node is static in its rarity value, right? Because what are the odds that you roll legendary 2 times in a row? And I've had nodes where I've rolled legendary more times in a row. In fact, I haven't had any that... you know what? Iron, you're nice, but you're not this zone. What was I talking about? I was talking about, right, the rarity things. Ooh, weird little... Ah, you're not actually a tree. You are not actually a tree either. Someone's been harvesting these. This one's a tree. But yeah, we will definitely... That's one place where we will go back, so that we can make sure to test really quickly. I'm just gonna pull up that picture I just took. There we go. So it's easier to find for me. Ooh. How dangerous. I think we're just going to skip through this zone and come back in here really quickly. No reason to hang about and be easily killed by other players. Like, not that I don't enjoy a good killing, I just prefer that it isn't me being killed. As I believe most people do. And... pop? Should be just like right here-ish, the border. Yes, there we go. Oh, no, we don't go. I should be inside your border here. Oh, why was I not... If I'm actually, like... E. That's a lot of scuttering insects. I think I'll go this way instead. You know what? You know, I look at scorpions and I go... You know, I respect them. They have a lot of armor. They have a lot of legs. They have a very, very sharp point behind them. And then, you know, I respectfully go the other way. And look at this. Oh, date palm. I do have space for this, yeah? Oh, I wonder if this is this the journeyman node? Is this another apprentice node? Is this another novice node? Because, you know, in sub-biomes, like there's ash and oak, there could be acacia and date. Yeah, it's wow, that's fuel value 8 as well. They probably should, you know. It's low on the priority list, but at some... What's going on here? Ah, it's an invisible palm tree. Ooh, let's bug it. Invisible palm tree in the desert. Gathering. Lumberjacking. The palm tree at report location is invisible. Steps to reproduce. Log in, teleport to report location. Face the pond to see the tree node. The node is harvestable but invisible. And we're just going to start harvesting to prove that. There we go. I don't actually care for the node, but now they know that it exists like that. And I'm just going to close down my chat again. Ooh, baby saguaro cactus. This is very nice. I do honestly enjoy the desert biome, and I do enjoy the, you know, just the fact that there is a change in. Ow. Ow. I do enjoy that there's a change in the, you know, the location and stuff. Yeah. But, you know, there's also disadvantages to being in the desert biome, especially as a low-level crafter. You just noticed one of the disadvantages. That's just how it is. Wow, I spawned at this. Oh, right, I went to this city once before they actually really, you know, put everything in here. Huh. Well, he's going to have harvested what I had on me there, so it doesn't really make sense for me to go in that direction. But I do want to go down to Sunhaven, so we're just gonna, you know, roll with the punches. Do. That's the game we play when we are on a social sandbox MMO. I can't really tell. I don't think these are notes, are they? No, but they do look a little bit like notes. But the sandstone right now is just a reskinned granite node in like visually. So I guess, you know, none of these are that. So that should actually tip me off there. There seems to be a way off down here. That looks like a note so much, but again, I don't think it actually is. Just gonna keep away from the scorpions down there. A little bit like Indiana Jones, you know, running over a pit full of scorpions. Feels explorer, man. Oh, wait. I just stopped being in a PvP zone again, but I was in a PvP zone here. I'm a little bit confused what zones are supposed to be PvP zones and what zones aren't supposed to be PvP zones. This might be a bug, but I'm not quite sure how I'd report it because... Oh, right, I lost my tin. Oh, I don't have enough of my tool now. Oh, now I'm sad. But yeah, I don't know how to report it because it could be... That is journeyman. Ooh, scorpions are journeyman. Is it a bug that there are a PvP zone? Like, I went down here originally and it was still a PvP zone? Or is it a bug that this is a PvP zone? Or is it a bug that this isn't a PvP zone, right? It's a difficult thing. Now I'm in a PvP zone again. Well, that makes sense. I'm actually outside of the drawn border. Also, I'm not actually supposed to sing any more of that, right? Something copyright. Oh god. Whee! It is time for running. Running very fast. Good thing as a bard, I'm faster than the standard horse ground mount. Because I, you know, when you sprint... Wait, that guy isn't PvP. Why am I PvP if he isn't PvP? That's confusing. Is it because when you go out and then come back in, there's a timer for when you de-PvP? That would actually make a lot of sense. So, like, because I was outside of the zones, I am going to be PvP tagged for a little while. Yeah, it's removing itself now. Yeah, so that other guy actually grabbed me. Well, I was outside, but I went that way because I was worried about being in the... You know, I was going this way because I saw the scorpions and I was still tagged as PvP inside. But, you know, that makes sense. You shouldn't just be able to, you know, walk around the border and go like, now you can't get me, now you can't get me. Ooh, this... Oh, this look... Oh, I love this. That's like a giant, like, hand of sand. That looks so cool. Oh my days. Ah. Oh, this honestly, refreshing. I love the change in biome. I'm still worried what exactly it means for the nodes. Like, right, if the desert has different types of wood, and you know the swampland has different type of wood, and the other type of woodland has type, and the tundra has other types of wood, right? Like, how do we deal with that kind of like resource type bloat? Because, like, yeah, you aren't actually going to need... it's difficult. It's a lot. I'm so sad that I lost my... Did I lose my slate mold as well? Ha! I lost my slate mold. Oh, that's double sad. Oh well, the more you know. This, however, also means that it does make sense to be inefficient and go like this way down if you want to make sure that people at least get, you know, corrupted for killing you. What is this? That looks really cool. Halcyon peeking out like that. There are 2 sapphires here. I am willing to fight you over these sapphires. There we go. You're pretty far away. You probably won't attack me. You, however, need to stop coming this way. Stop. Damn. Oh well. Let's just go to our destination cities, shall we? Oh, that one isn't a real spawn. Let's get to the destination, get some of this stuff dropped off, and then... Because, honestly, what hurts the most is the loss of these heroic weeping logs that I grabbed from the Heartlands on the way down here. Oh, damn. I was really looking forward to making those into planks. I have also just grabbed a Princess Carpenter recently, so I really want to make myself an... Please tell me this is harvestable. I want this tree to be... Ah. Honestly, the fact that I can go through it like I can with some of the others when they get harvested tells me that maybe it's harvestable. And I kind of hope that it is. This, like, soft... music in the background, it's just, that's also great. I do appreciate the music in this game, and I do feel very like Arabic when walking through the desert with this soft string instrument in the background. Nice. Time to see how to best actually reach the city through all of these scorpions. Being an unapologetic crafter that insists on not leveling up, except through just grabbing stuff in the world and stuff, it's everything you do feels a little bit like Mission Impossible, because you're dodging mobs, you're dodging players, you're dodging everything, and I do kind of enjoy it. I also like the emergent gameplay that it makes. I have already had a guildie previously like offer to guide me and guard me as I found a spawn of iron back when that had just become a thing that you could grab, and that was just very nice. Because that makes, you know, the warriors, those who go out and level up and, you know, get all the combat experience, versus like the artisans who, you know, need protecting but then can make the gear that the warriors need. And I get that you can do both in the game, of course, but I like that, you know, focusing on one or the other creates gameplay rather than just being useless, so to speak. Also, oh right, oh right, it was a small willow. I didn't actually lose any. Yes, yes. Ah, saved by the bell. Oh well, I guess I shouldn't be happy that I only had 2 of these to begin with, but well, you're just for sale. You're probably just for sale. I might want to keep you. You for later. You for later. I mean, I guess I'm saving the flax, but I don't really care about the flax. It's just one of those, oh, people sometimes have a difficult time finding it, so I guess I should save it, you know? Let's keep 10 for our own projects, and that for now. Yes. Good, 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 good. Now, Weeping Willow. There's nothing here, but I wonder if the lumber miller can actually use the willow, or if it can't, right? This can process it. That has to be a bug. There isn't supposed to be two of these, and this one is visual. I'll bug that in a second. The tool bench, right, it's inside. It's inside, of course. Tool bench. Yes, you do still use the Weeping Willow planks down here. So, people like me who get killed while traversing the desert might want to stock up on some extra planks or some extra tin ingots down here. So it might also make sense. Let's see how the tin economy is doing here. Absolutely terrible. No tin ingots inside. So getting some tin ingots down here might also, you know, be nice for people who like me, get themselves into a little bit of a PvP situation. Get themselves into a little bit of a bad situation. Oh, there's also two of each. Yeah, slash bug. Double NPCs and visually milling stations at Asmaran. This is a... Yes, it's an NPC. Population, perhaps? Could also be processing. I'm going to go with processing because it also affects the things here. So the lumber milling stations. In Asmaran, the lumber milling table has a double. However, that double isn't interactable. There are also doubles for all the vendor NPCs. Steps to reproduce. Teleport to report location. Look around. NPCs and lumber milling table are doubled. Let's put it there, and let's get this, and let's click there. Nice. Doing the alpha thing. Hey, hey, do the alpha thing. Do, 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 do. Wait. Oh, the tool thing that's up there is also here. Extra bugged. Well, they'll probably figure that out. So Acacia, how many did I grab? Do I have 50? I don't have 50, I have 25. Let's... put in some of that. Let's put an order over, see what I can do with the Acacia timber. I'm also excited to see what... Because, you know, these are still all, like, require oak timber, require weeping willow. I don't actually see an acacia. Large willow, oak, hemlock, ash, willow, western larch, oak, hemlock, ash, larch. So while you can process, it's over here, sorry. So while you can process the timber down here, it's not really useful right now, it seems. Oh well, I'm sure that'll come up at some point. I will just... I can also see that it shares a model with the ash wood right now. So acacia wood is basically just ash wood. Reskinned. That'll probably also change at some point. Anyhow, this is very out of the way for willow, and there's no willow to be found down here. So I can charge a premium for my willow. I can be like, yeah, if you want to stock up on planks down here, you have to pay, let's say, 40 silver for it. Because otherwise you have to go all the way back to... You can get it for 22. I put it up for 20, so the total price becomes 22. Other places, I think it's fair to say that it's double down here, where it's very much harder to get access to it. And sell this, and we're going out again. And I probably don't need quite that much lumber space. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. I think we're going to harvest our way back up. It was here-ish that we found a sandstone that should spawn back as legendary here in a second at, yeah, 2042. So that's in 5 minutes. That means I might not even be the first person to reach it, so it might have despawned again. But, you know, I got a little bit sidetracked by being killed. Funny how that messes up your schedule sometimes. But yeah, if we can't get back there and we can't grab that again, and it's respawned as a legendary node again, we can say for pretty certain that at least the mining nodes down here are probably more invisible trees. Okay. We have to bug these as well. Invisible adult palm trees. This is gathering. No, this is... well, there we go. Gathering, lumberjacking. Eep! Eep! I'm trying to buck, you dumb hatchling. Please despawn, please despawn, please despawn, please despawn, please despawn. Oh, I died. Oh, well. It is coming for me still. Go away! I'm trying to buck things. Dumb scorpion. Hey, could a guard... Okay, it moved away again. Good. I'm just going to write the buck here and then go out and put it in where it's supposed to be put in. There are multiple adult palm trees in this general area that are invisible. Steps to reproduce. Teleport to report location. Walk around. And look around to find spots for harvesting. Some of the trees are invisible. Okay, let's get back down there. We can do this. Ain't afraid of no bug. Either this bug or the bug down there. Just so, you know, no pun intended. Do. And you move away, that's great, because it's right here. I'm just going to page up. I'm going to start harvesting so that they can see that there is something here. And boop. Okay. Bug reported. Alpha testing duty done. Let's actually see if we can get out of here. There's so many scorpions. You know, sometimes the best way to get around something is to go through it. Do 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 do. Huh. I guess that one isn't following me. Oh, they are following me. Is that an actual mechanic? Are they borrowing? Oh, that's cool. That's so cool. I love that. That's a nice touch. And very scary. When, like, that feels like, you know, a shark in the water coming for you. But it's, you know, a scorpion, like, burrowing into the dunes, like the tail being visible. That looks amazing. Six more minutes till my mount respawns. Boom ba-doom. I'm going in this general direction because I want to get to a node here. Doom 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 doom. And the weeping willow planks that we set for sale at the beginning of the stream here an hour and a half ago or something are actually beginning to sell. That's excellent. I mean, of course, I can't actually tell what's being sold right now. It could also be that someone in Asmaran are desperately buying up my weeping willow down there. That statue is cool. They also highlighted that in the most recent like dev stream, and it looks so good. Even at daytime, but like extra incredible at nighttime, but wow. Such a cool statue. So when we reach this place, we are going to see if that sandstone node actually did respawn as legendary. We are hoping that nobody grabbed it while we were gone. But like, if it did, that would, I think we have to go around this place. That would mean that we can actually be kind of sure that the I'm brain farting a lot today. This is why I like to do pre-recorded content like guides. I like to chat and have fun and hang out with people, but I am more of a being prepared and reading from a script kind of guy. And that also means I can fact check, I can do all of these things in advance. And that just feels good, you know. Come on, horsey. 4 more minutes. Ooh, XP depth multiplier reduced. That's cool. Oh. Very neat. Yeah, they are chasing me. Time to make some distance. And again, these fields of poppies, just so many. I love it. Ah. Whoa. Wait, you're moving. Ah! Ah! Sclarisha, mother of pain. I was just about to be like, that's an interesting geological feature there. A scorpion-like thing made of sandstone. Wow, how cool. Yeah, that's not what that was at all. I can take you. At least I should have been able to take you, but you are very tanky for some reason. Very tanky, but also very slow. I guess it's time to actually get around to using this. I guess you just are a tank. That's cool. That's really cool. Chop. 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 Nice. Also, the stuff that was over here, yeah, like these things, they plants that can be harvested. Oh, agave. And agave is also a novice thing. Ooh. Nice. I should probably get my my harvester guy down here as well. My my alt who is herbalist guy. So interesting. Well, time to return to the side where somebody killed me just a little while ago. Do 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 do. Yeah, rest in peace, me. It is nice that there's like a transitional period where both acacia and adult dates spawn, and then they just kind of become dates further down. But I think Steven called it sub-biomes, and the blending of those are handled very well right now. I think it was on the other side of you guys. I don't know if it was you. Hey, could you stop coming this direction? That would be nice. Okay, hold up. I'm just pulling up the picture I took. This is it. It was right over here. So like do. I think that node just respawned as obsidian. Huh. I'm fairly certain this is the exact node I'm looking. It responded as a heroic obsidian. Was obsidian apprentice? Okay. Let's just really quickly switch over here and go. You stopped spawning. But we got obsidian at. And if it's apprentice, it's probably respawning 2251. Same as that. And we got it at 2051. And this node is heroic. Okay, so you can't really like judge based on the you can't really judge when there's been a shuffle, but if there's been a shuffle, there shouldn't be a shuffle again. So if we come back here and it respawns as sandstone again or something like that, then maybe the shuffle just isn't as prevalent down here. Yeah, that's exciting. So, 2 more hours to kill. Honestly, I think those were some of the ones that we chopped down previously. So the acacia do respawn. Yeah, because I remember looking at that plant nestled between those two. They do respawn as smaller versions of themselves, but these smaller versions are unharvestable when they're this big. So I'm assuming this is like the sprig phase before it becomes adolescent and then becomes adult. Or maybe... Oh, this is an adolescent. Huh. I guess the model is the same as the adult. I think that's a bug. Adolescent acacia shares adult model. Gathering, lumberjacking. The acacia trees in Sunhaven seem to respawn as adolescents before they grow to adults, which is right. But the model they use as adolescents the model is identical to the adult model. The adolescent looking trees in the background of the attached photo are unharvestable, alike akin to the sprig stage before adolescence, but do have what's it called when you hit into things? They do have collision. My suspicion is that the models pull from a stage older than they should. Steps to reproduce. Teleport to report location. Harvest an adult acacia, wait for it to respawn. The sprig will use adolescent model, and the adolescent will use the adult model. Page up, of course. Bloop. Well, we're getting some good bug testing in here, at least. I'm a little disappointed that I can process the acacia, but I can't actually use it for anything. I would have liked to be able to actually, you know, craft with it or something, because, yeah, it's fine to just run around and harvest a little. Oh, that's an adolescent. That's an adolescent. It's fine to be able to just run around and harvest a little bit of stuff, but and it's going to be nice, of course, to be able to have high quality stuff once it becomes available for the update. But honestly, I don't think it's worth it. Ooh, heroic sandstone. Let's just grab a picture real quick here, and we are going to plop you up here so that we can say 21, and I got this at 57, so plus 30, that's 27. Since we're expecting half an hour respawn of that sandstone. And what would we call this place? Sunhaven Border Corridor, I think. Sunhaven Border Corridor. And we harvested it at 2057. And it had a quality of heroic. Nice. So, you know, speaking of... Oh, getting back into the game here. So, you know, speaking of getting some higher quality stuff that we can then actually use to check things out as we update, whatever it's called. Also, I already bugged this on another stream, but I think the saga is broken, right? It does say in the tooltip, complete your tale with a grand finale, consuming all of your current themes. But I used it on the Scorpion earlier. I haven't used Chaos since. I still have all my tragedy themes, and I can use Saga again after, you know, it still has a 2-minute cooldown. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing that it doesn't, but still it doesn't do what it actually says it does. It doesn't consume them, so yeah. We'll see when that updates, and if it updates. Seems to be some more sandstone and obsidian over there, so I'm going to head in that direction. But yeah, nothing too surprising about this biome so far. It's what I expected. You know, it is new nodes, but they seem to use the same system as the old nodes do. That is, they seem to have semi-fixed spawners, or, you know, I say semi-fixed because the trees might do a little bit differently, but they do seem to have actually fixed spawn times, and they do seem to shuffle, and they do seem to do all of that. So that didn't take as long to test as I expected. Ooh, I think you just aggroed. Yep. Boom. I'm interested in you. Wow. Decent drops. Always great to get some droppings. Everyone needs those droppings. Not that they're not worth a crazy amount, but they're decent pickup. And it's one of the things that, you know, they're good. Just get some actual water here. I've been drinking energy drink, but you know, water is important. Hydrate at home. That was apparently a loud noise in the microphone. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, when right now tin is useful and obsidian doesn't really seem to be, and willow is useful and cactus doesn't really seem to be, I don't think there's a lot of reason to come down here to actually do anything with the new resources until they actually add recipes. You know, once you can use poppy and agave to do something, once you can either replace the tools with other tools, or I mean, it would be cool if if they had a separate recipe. So like you have the recipe for the journeyman axe and you have the recipe for the alternative journeyman axe. It would actually be kind of neat if there was a third alternative recipe that was made of, you know, desert wood, so that you had different stat combinations for the tools based on the biomes. But of course that would risk the... well, this is always a risk, right? But it would risk that it became... you know, one biome would become more attractive than other biomes by default, because you would want the right stat combination. If that stat combination was tied to that biome, you would always just want to use that biome, right? Yeah. So I don't know. I'm worried about the resource bloat, of course, with new resources being added in. But I also think that it's fine. It's, you know, depending on... I mean, there's two ways they could go with it, right? They could either go in the direction of going out of their way to say, okay, so we need to have new recipes with different stats for every type of resource, kind of like what they've done with caravans. I don't know if I can see it from here, actually, but if I go into carpentry, I can't see all the caravan recipes from here, but like they have slightly different stats based on what kind of a resource you use to craft them. And if they do that with every single resource, and they don't just like have meadows resources and desert resources and jungle resources, but also have like swamp resources and tundra resources and all of that kind of stuff, I am worried that that's going to be overwhelming, and that some biomes will just be more attractive than other biomes. But on the flip side, they could also do the, you know, interchangeability. All of these different kind of things exist, but you can use cactus in the same way that you use willow, so that the same recipe for a journeyman pickaxe that uses the willow tree, willow wood, weeping willow wood, would also use the saguaro cactus wood. Wait, did that just despawn as I was harvesting it? I saw a shuffle. I'm sorry, chat. We're going to be staying right here, because I need to know how long it takes for a node to spawn from the shuffle happens. And this is the first time I've actually seen a node despawn in front of me after I began testing. Did it despawn? Oh my god. I'm getting paranoid. Was there not a node there? There was a node there, right? That I didn't actually pick up in time. Oh, that's interesting. Because my instincts, or whatever you'd call them, say that this node is going to respawn 15 minutes from now, because it seems to be shorter. The shuffle times seem to be shorter than the actual time that a node should take to respawn. Whenever you go back to a respawning node, let's say that you have a nice heroic sandstone, half-hour respawn, and when you go back there and you come a couple of minutes early, because you of course want to be there on time, that shuffle has already happened. So it has to be less than half an hour for those nodes. I don't know if it's larger for, let's say, the saguaro cactus, if that is a 4-hour respawn, that the shuffle will take longer. But I think if we're just standing here for the next 14-15 minutes, maybe I'll go gather something while I wait. But, you know, let's see if there's any timers we shall be aware of while we stand here. 21:27 in 20 more minutes. The heroic sandstone that was like boop back to the game. So there we go. The heroic sandstone that was like here-ish should respawn. But that's 20 minutes from now. That means we definitely have 15 minutes to stand here and just stare at that. And I'm going to harvest. Damn, that branch really effed me over. But I'm going to keep a sideline distance to here, and I'm going to go back in my own VOD and check out exactly how long, you know, what time did it despawn and what time did it respawn in the VOD, so that I can actually have an estimate for. I need sidelines. Okay, we'll go over here while that despawns. So that we can actually have an estimate for that. Oh, that's exciting! Yes. Seeing a shuffle in action. That's rare. That's the first time that's happened to me. Ah, yes. Now I just need to not waste this opportunity. Even though, again, that's the thing with like test streams like this, streams that are where the purpose is for testing system mechanics. It's sometimes the way to test things is to stand in one place for 15 minutes and just look at a spot on the ground. So I'm doing my best to talk over it and make it interesting, but, you know, nothing new is going to happen right now. So if anyone has any interesting stories or have any questions that I can potentially answer, you know, feel free to leave them in chat. Otherwise, I'll just be talking to fill the space while we wait for this respawn to happen. What I noticed when I was... This is the first day that I've really been exploring the desert since they actually filled it with resources. I'll just do this so that I can see the spot. And what I noticed when I visited Asmaran earlier is that the wood shop does lumber mill acacia wood, but you can't use it for any of the recipes for making tools or making caravan parts or that stuff. And that means that the only way to make a journeyman tool on Lineth right now is to go to this wood shop to do it. And to do that, you can be safe, but only if you go this route and then down this way. And then you have to find the way up here somewhere. Or through here maybe. Because if you go out here, you're in a PvP zone. And people can kill you without becoming corrupted. But if you get down here, then there isn't really any willow or anything. So I think there's an attractive market for people who got killed on the way here, but that still want to get their apprentice tools done, or journeyman, sorry, not apprentice, journeyman tools done, to get some willow and some tin from up here, and then just, you know, caravan it, or not really caravan, but, you know, run it down there on your character. I think that has a lot of potential. Yeah. That is awesome. Wow, you're taking a long time to despawn. Did I not harvest you? Ah, you are harvested. You're just... We are waiting for the shuffle. We are waiting for the shuffle. We are waiting for the shuffle. Woo! So I just noticed that the viewer count changed, so I'm just gonna explain why I'm standing still here again. I was harvesting some random granite nodes and obsidian nodes that have spawned here, and one of them, while I was harvesting it, despawned. And so I have a theory right now that with all the testing I've done so far, it supports the idea that every 24 hours-ish, the nodes shuffle out. That is, they become a new node. The node goes, oh, I was sandstone, but let me just roll the dice and see what I become now. I could become obsidian, I could become sandstone, I could become whatever can spawn here. And right here, a node despawned while I was here. So I'm excited to see how long does a shuffle take. So if a node shuffles, if I come back to a node and it shuffles, what timer would I add to the overall time it takes before that node becomes harvestable again, right? So if I'm looking at a node that has spawned for a lot of time and it respawns, will it take 15 minutes? I think it's going to be 15 minutes. That's my theory. Because when you come back, let's say I've harvested a nice heroic sandstone earlier and I want to come back and grab it again. I actually concretely do want to do that right down here at, let me just make this visible for you guys, at 21:27, half an hour after the first harvest. There should be a respawn of a sandstone here. I don't remember the exact location. I took a picture. And I'm going to see if that respawns as heroic, so that are the rarities fixed in the desert and all that. But if that means I would like to be there 25. And sometimes when you come back to a node, and that's the point, right? When you come back to a node and it has shuffled, usually it's there spawned as the new thing already when you come back. So I can't say how long it actually takes for a shuffled node to spawn. Clearly it isn't like now it despawned as this and then it will take the 2 hours or the half hour, because you can sometimes be there with the new node respawned. So my theory is that it's 15 minutes, that it's half of a short respawn. But I haven't had any opportunities to test that previously, so that's what I'm doing now. So while we're standing here and making sure to not miss the respawn, if anyone has any questions about anything else, then feel free to chime in. Otherwise, I'll just tell a story from... I live in a house, a very, very nice little small house in a little outskirts town, I guess. And in my driveway, it's absolutely filled with snowdrops, which is amazing. Like all the way down the side of my driveway, I have a lot of snowdrops. I should take a picture for you guys. I might make a community post where I picture that. So, sub and stuff if you want to see that when that comes up. Anyways, it's filled with snowdrops, and after harvesting a lot of snowdrops in this game, it just feels nice to see them in real life. They do grow in these small, like when you see the snowdrop patch, it's a large patch, but each patch has like smaller circles of snowdrops gathered together, because the snowdrops are we call it a løgplante in Danish, which I guess would mean an onion plant in English, right? That means they do have like a little onion, a little thing underground, and not just roots. And that means they will reproduce by splitting that plant slowly over time. And that means that they do grow in these small clusters in real life, and that's just a very nice visual touch that you see with the snowdrops in game. If I can talk at all, that you see with the snowdrops in game, that you can also see when you actually have snowdrops out of game. I think that's neat. I love it when you can see it in the game design, that they have taken inspiration, or they do make it realistic, not just how a thing looks, but also how dense it is, or how snowdrops, for example, grow in clusters, because there has to be a better word than onion plants. Hold on, I'm just gonna Google that. You won't be able to see my Googling, but I can't accept that it's just løgplante English. Bulb. Yes, so they're called bulbous plants. That makes sense. It makes a little bulb. It's not just onions that do that. Other things do that. So maybe in Denmark we shouldn't be calling them onion plants. We should. Ooh, there's a respawn over here. Very nice. So maybe in Denmark we shouldn't be calling them onion plants, but bulbous plants like that. And when you see that, I'm going to go over to these poppies in a second here, because there's the respawn. This is, I think this might have been the despawning node. I'm just gonna wait a little bit longer before I move on, because the best way for me to see this is to check the VOD afterwards, so that I can go like, oh, it despawned at 2:05 and it respawned at it's 2:17 hours now. So I can double check that and find out if the spawn actually happens. And it is 17, so we do have a little bit of time before we want to get down here to grab the next respawn of this sandstone. So we're just gonna hang out here a little bit longer, check if any other respawns happen. But I am going to just, You can also see these small poppy things. Poppy seeds aren't bulbous. I have to look this up to make absolutely sure I'm not pulling your leg here. Poppy seeds. Yes, absolutely. Poppy seeds aren't actually bulbous, so that means that they don't grow in the same kind of, there's not going to be one central and then a ring of them spawning outwards as the bulb, the onion, splits itself to create new ones. And that's reflected here, right? They have a little random pattern rather than being one central one with like a little ring of others around it. It's very nice. It's details. It's small details, and to me they make a huge difference. Both in the game, but also just like in any game, right? I used some of the first videos I made on this channel were inspired by the pointless top 10 World of Warcraft things in World of Warcraft series by WoW Krendor, who's a super chill guy. Where I would look for top 10 and then random things in Guild Wars, and that was lovely because it was an excuse to like look at some of the details. And one of the things that I looked at was in Guild Wars there's this undergroundish zone called Tangled Depths, and the bottom layer of that seems to be volcanic tubes, where there once were magma, but then it stopped. There's an entire process for how that happens and how those form, and they basically in Guild Wars seem to be using volcanic tubes as like where ley lines are. They seem to somehow be working with that, and I love it. I love it when you can like hook up the lore on something that how things would happen in real life versus in the lore. How would that affect different things? Like, yeah, it's nice. I love all those details. I think that was the spawn though, because some of the things here I did grab, and those things should take half an hour to respawn. And then there was that one thing that I didn't get to grab before it despawned. So I think that just happened. And that was about 15 minutes or so, which means I have to check it. I have to check if it's exactly 15 minutes. But it would seem that 15 minutes after a shuffle occurs, the new node spawns. So if you ever notice a shuffle happening, that would mean, if it's consistent, that would mean that you can come back 15 minutes later to get the first crack at whatever spawns there next, which is exciting. And it also means that, like, how do I show this visually? But let's say that there are two nodes here, right? I'm a node and this tree is a node. Let's say that there are two nodes here simultaneously, and I have gathered both of them as they respawn. These might be two Ruby nodes, for example. This is clearly a Ruby node, as you can all see. So these two Ruby nodes, I grab those every time I come by, and then when I come back, one of them doesn't respawn. That would mean that one of them shuffled at some point while I was away, and then somebody else picked up that shuffle. So, if we know that a shuffle lasts or takes 15 minutes, that would mean that whatever node is over here is probably now 15 minutes plus however long that new node was up, set apart from the other node. But udskyde in Danish. Oh, I'm looking for so many English words today. But so if we want to see what has respawned here, we should probably come back the time we harvest this node plus 15 minutes. And then if it's a busy area, it'll probably only take 5 to 10 minutes more after that before that node respawns, because it will probably only take 5 to 10 minutes after it has shuffled before it gets picked up in the busy areas. Of course, this is no guarantee, but it's a way for us to be able to, like, think about how to find nodes better and easier. And yeah, I'm super excited for that knowledge. And all of that is unlocked by knowing how long does a shuffle take. So this might have just informed me of that. I just, like, yes, right? I mean, just hype. It's just, oh, yes. And I know that's nerdy. I'm maybe sometimes too much of a nerd. We're just going to wait 2 more minutes here. Then it's 25, and we'll have to go back down here to grab the other node. I'm just gonna pull up the screenshot for that for myself here, so that I know exactly where to stand. That's here. I'm just gonna make it a little bit smaller. Never mind. I have it. You can come back, and you can come back, and none of you had to see that. But oh, that's exciting. Parkour! Wow, parkour! And then we should be able to come back here again. Yep, there we go. Then we should be able to come back here again after harvesting this. Like, just work our way slowly up here again. And this should respawn again within 5 or 7 minutes or something. The ones that I did grab. Not the obsidian ones, but the, what's that called? Sandstone ones. That would confirm that sandstone is on a half-hour timer like granite and basalt. And that obsidian is on a 2-hour timer like everything else. Everything else mineable, honestly. Or it wouldn't confirm it. It's too small a sample size, but you know, I think we can allow ourselves to infer that if everything else in the game works like that, and this, even in a limited testing space, works like that, then probably it would work like that for real, and all that. Yes, 25. We're going back down to find the other spawn here, which spawned just about here. So that's where we're going. It's also excellent to see that Weeping Willow planks are still. That's my current way to earn money in this game. You can steal it from me and I'll be sad, but then I'll find another way to do it. But like, oh, I have to touch that scorpion. But weeping willow planks are used for journeyman tools, and that means every city that has a journeyman tool station, people will need the planks, and not everyone can make the planks. So there is actually a profit margin, at least on the server Lineth right now, for 2 seconds. I'm just picking up this screenshot. It spawned right here. So it should spawn in a minute to 2 minutes. Anyways, there is a differential in Lineth, right? I just, as I got on the stream at the beginning, I found a lot of uncommon weaving willow planks for 5 silver, 50 copper each, which is way cheaper than they usually go for. They usually go for like 12 to 15-ish, and the common ones go for 8 to 11. But I found the cheap, and even that, because I then sell the planks that I make for 20 silver everywhere but in Halcyon, my home node. So, you know, shout out to Halcyon. If you want cheaper planks, then I'm trying to keep Halcyon stocked with, I only take 17 silver here, so that would be 18.50 or something for you to buy, where everywhere else I sell them for 20, which for you would then be 22. And I just figured that Asmaran, which doesn't really have weeping willow spawning near, oh, I have to have this down so that I can see if it spawns. But Asmaran, where it doesn't, where there isn't really any natural weeping willow, there will probably be a demand for weeping willow planks, especially for people who accidentally pass through the lawless zone like me and die to another player, and then lose some of their stuff, and then can't make their journeyman tool, like a mook. Oh, there's some of the respawns happening. But this is a copper respawn. This is a copper respawn. There wasn't any copper when I was here previously, so I guess the shuffle happened to at least some of these nodes as well. Damn. It's one of those things where it's difficult to see exactly how much or how little the shuffle covers, because it doesn't cover every node in the same little cluster of nodes, but it does seem to have like a common timer across the world where like a bunch of nodes across the world shuffle at once. So this might have shuffled as well, but not to be deterred, because we got an obsidian here that we're very certain shuffled out from this legendary sandstone previously, which means this should not shuffle again. So at 2251, we should be able to get this obsidian, re-harvested it, almost certainly. 22 is my local time, of course, so you know it's in a bunch of time. You do the calculation yourself if you want to, you know, pop out and then pop back in then. But yeah, that didn't respawn. Which, oh, there's a tin respawn over here. I think I am going to grab that tin. Not tin, zinc. On my way back up. I feel very much like a Mission Impossible thing every time I play this game, honestly, because, you know, not really leveling except through gathering. You level very slowly, and that means most of the time you have to dodge mobs and dodge players and dodge everything. Everything's out to kill you, man. And I'm just, you know, dodging and weaving and dodging, doing all of that stuff. I love the density of these puppy spawns. It immerses me so much that, look at this. I mean, it's probably too extreme. They should probably tone it down, but I don't want them to, because I want this immersive experience of just like fields and fields of flowers spawning, and just, it looks so good. Every single one of these little like orange puppy things is harvestable, and that's just, I like that a lot. I think that's an amazing detail. I love the flower. Let me just try that again. I love the flower fields as they spawn in the meadows biome. I'm going to call this the meadows biome. We haven't heard what it's actually called. It could be tundra, honestly, with the larch wood and the eastern hemlock and stuff. That seems to be tundra-ish, but it's also near the desert, and it looks more temperate in like overall quality. Also, did you just respawn as adults? Huh. Interesting. Anyways, we should see some respawns right here in a second as well. We had a shuffle occur, which was the first time I saw a shuffle while I was trying to harvest the node. The node despawned on me while trying to harvest. And it respawned as a different node, as an obsidian node. It was a sandstone node. 15 minutes later, I'm going to check my tapes after this recording to see exactly how that looks. But it seemed to spawn 15 minutes later, and if that's the case, that's excellent. We're now going to know about how the shuffle respawn potentially works if it's fixed. One data point isn't enough to decide that, but one data point is more to go off than none data points. But the rest of the stuff that I harvested here, I did get a couple of sandstone, should respawn here soon. And if they don't, maybe sandstone isn't on a 30-minute timer like basalt and granite. Maybe it is on a 2-hour timer. I'm not going to do that testing while you guys are here, because I don't... The way I would test that, when no one else is around, is I'm going to harvest the node, then I'm going to place my character here, and I'm going to put on something else on my second screen. I'm going to sit and watch something, or I'm going to do a little bit of... I do finger... What's that called in English? 2 seconds. I'm just gonna finger braiding. I do a little bit of finger braiding sometimes. Like you can grab two pieces of clothing and you can like weave them into each other and it makes a little nice braid. That's one of the ways that I keep, when I have too much energy to keep focused, I do that as a way to keep my energy. This is a terrible way to show it, but it is like you grab through here and it creates a little thing and you can. I should really show, not tell that. That's one of those things. But that's how I would test node respawns for myself. Just stand my character here, do a little bit of this sometimes to make sure that it doesn't log out, but then do something else while I wait. And that's not good content, even on a testing stream where the premise you are coming here with is that I'm going to be, trying to figure out these things. Yeah, but these haven't respawned yet. I'm just going to go back down here, look at this, then come back up here and see if they've respawned. And if they haven't, I am going to assume a 2-hour respawn. And that means I'm going to update the sheet over here. And I'm going to say that that this sandstone is probably actually going to respawn at 22:57. And that means when I come back to check this up, I'm gesturing at the wrong screen. Here, now you can follow me. I'm silly me. But this sandstone is going to spawn at 22:57, and that means when I come back for this obsidian, I'll grab that sandstone as well. See if it respawns like that. See if it, if testing proves my... Ooh, that's a cute little baby tree. This is how the sprigs are probably supposed to look. We found some sprigs over here. I did bug report it, of course. There we go. Now you can see my game again. I was complimenting this little sprig. I'm calling them sprigs. There's this stage of tree growth where you can see where it's... Thank you for obliging me and growing a little bit taller as I spoke. You can see the tree grow a little bit, but it isn't harvestable yet. Then at some point it becomes large enough to become there. This is probably what adolescent acacia trees are supposed to look like, something along this line. But these are still sprigs. They are still just unharvestable. And these, who look adult, are actually Oh, that one is actually adult. Oh, that one stopped existing. Actually adolescent. Now, this might actually be a... This one is thinner than this one. But... This one, looking from this side, coming over here too. That might actually... I bugged it as a bug, but, you know, maybe it isn't a bug. Maybe... So this one is an adult. Very thin branch there. This one is an adolescent. But this branch off here is thinner. You know, maybe it wasn't a bug. And they will have to sort through my mistakes. My failures as a person. Oh... I will never live down the shame. It's okay. But yeah. But this is... Okay, so two things about the sandstone. One thing is, right now it's just retextured granite, right? It looks exactly like granite in structure. They've used the same model. That's fine. It's alpha. They just wanted to get it in. But they did make it sandstony in the grain. This is exactly how sandstone grain goes, and that looks amazing, and extreme kudos to them for the amount of detail in making it look like sandstone, even if it has, you know, the granite model right now. It's going to look amazing as well when they update that model and they make it into an actual sandstone model. There's so much heroic stuff dropping here. That's... I guess heroic is the new common. Straight up. Yeah, that, I mean, I'm not complaining or anything. Well, sandstone isn't really used for anything right now, so it doesn't really matter that I'm getting a lot of heroic of it, but it will be at some point, I'm sure. And it's going to be nice to be able to test the rarity stuff once that happens. Meh. I'm not really going to use that. So, yeah. No respawn on the one thing we were testing over here. So we are going to assume, I'm going to bring this up again. We are now going to assume that this one is actually going to spawn in at 22:57. That's when we assume this is. And I'm going to make it this color to know that, so that it's easier. So you know, if I have a lot of these, it's nice to have all of the ones that I don't, that isn't the next one, colored in with red, so that I can easily see what's the next time I have to care about. But it doesn't really matter when it's these few, this few amount of stuff. Anyhow, back into the game. We are going to see if anything interesting spawns here while we wait. Can we find any good routes? Anything, any interesting places to go? I remember, I think it was like over here somewhere. Someone was like, "This is really prime real estate for mining." At least it was back in the. Back before they introduced the resources down here. I think they might have also like done more with the landscape as a part of that update. Yeah, but we'll see. Wait, is this what's harvestable here? That's weird. We'll just do a very, very quick bug. Multiple acacia adolescents spawning on top of each other, and adults harvested, not despawning. This is a gathering thing. And it's lumberjacking. At report location. Let me just get in where I can see both of these markers. Multiple adolescents what did they call them? Acacia trees have spawned on top of each other, and the dead trees around them harvested before I got here don't seem to despawn properly. I don't know how to reproduce this bug, so I'm just going to make sure they know the location of the bug, of course, and they can figure that out when they get here. Boop. So, save the goblins. That's interesting. The goblins need to be saved. Are we going to have goblins as like an allied faction sometime? Like, some goblins are good, while, you know, goblins were the first enemies we killed in New Ayla, so I just assumed that goblins were going to be an evil race in this game in general. Oop. Iron. Let's see what we get here. I mean, it is iron. I'm not going to complain about getting iron, but I am going to complain a little bit. I really want my legendary stuff at some point. That would be great. More heroic sandstone, though. These desert resources seem to be a little bit overtuned for how often they drop very rare stuff. I have 4 of the, like, only 20 or something sandstone I've grabbed so far drop as heroic, which is a crazy good, like, ratio. Yeah, let's put you down here. And you down here. I don't think I'm going to go that heavy into the acacia. It's just I can't really use it right now. And, you know, the sapphires and stuff, even if they don't get nice stuff, journeyman resource nodes sell for a silver each just by default. And that's worth stopping and grabbing, even if you're just going to sell it to the vendor. So along this edge here seems to be some spawn points. That's nice to know. I'm just gonna grab something to drink while harvesting this one. I've been streaming for a while now, so, you know, voice getting a little hoarse. I'm not that used to talking all the time in my daily life, or whatever you'd say it. And when I record the guide videos, I do bursts of a long recording session, but not quite in the same way as sitting here and talking to you guys, to the camera, to, yeah, people. Do. Oh, wow, it looks so good with all of the, like, This is a little bit of a weird filter, however, the green cast. Like, are we going to be Skaven? Yes. Big Warpstone Moon? Yes. Oh. Love me some Warpstone, yes. Are we going to... Ooh, that's some tin spawning. I guess that guy doesn't really care for the obsidian. He skipped it. But I am here to test the obsidian, so that's great. Ooh, and some tin spawned as well. I think this guy has these nodes locked down. That tin spawned just as the ruby got harvested. Yeah. Good for... Ooh! There's the rare drops, the coal. Nice. I did get... that means the coal just dropped from sandstone, which was a novice resource. I did also get... I think I got 3 coal at some point. The one other time that coal has dropped for me, and that was from a limestone deposit, which was a novice one. I wonder if there's a correlation there, like 1 coal drop from novice node, 3 drop from journeyman. But it's, you know, just a correlation until more research has been done. Oh, that was a weird, like, change in lighting as well. There are a lot of things, so like along this ledge and up here, that seems to be a good place for some harvests. I'm slowly filling up though. Let me just make sure that some of the things that I don't expect to get a lot of are up here. And some of the things that I might want larger stack sizes for are down where the stack sizes can be bigger. Probably not gonna get all that much of this type of copper. Yeah, it's too late now. I can't. The thing that right now you can't switch around resource placements if they are in bags with different size limits. And that's probably a limitation that currently stops, you know, getting a stack of 85 and then placing that entire stack into a 20 slot. But, you know, the game should have obviously be able to handle that separately. But development takes time and effort and all of that. So I'm sure it'll get there. They did at some point call the entire inventory system an MMVP, a minimal viable product. This is a nice transition too. I like the deserty, going a little bit more green, going grassy, and then I can see like the western larch that I... More heroic sandstone? I guess sandstone is just a heroic resource. That's just... Most resources are common, but sandstone, that's just heroic by default. It seems. Do. So last time I went to this beach, there were like scattered nodes spawning like out here and stuff, but nothing up on the cliffs. Let's see if that's still the case. That does indeed seem to still be the case. I'm not going to stop another pirate from grabbing that copper, I think it is. Did he just skip Rubidium? Or is this node not functional? Oh, right. Right. The border of the world. I forgot this was here. I'm guessing that border also stops you from grabbing this slate then. Which turns out to be slate and not copper. No, it doesn't. Huh. Well, let's see if it's something good. We're just going to leave that. Who cares about the uncommon slate? Let's see if I can get up here again without having to go a very long way around. It seems that maybe here is a place. So, to take inventory of where we are right now, we have these... We've been testing the desert so far. We have found some spawns of sandstone, especially that were higher rarity. And we have noted it down on our notepad. And it seems sandstone don't have a half-hour respawn timer like basalt or granite. So currently, I'm assuming that it's going to have a 2-hour respawn timer instead. And we're going to go back and test that with one of the... Damn. Okay, long way it is. We're going to go test that when it respawns. When we think it respawns. But other than checking those, I think, honestly, desert seems interesting. I love the biome. I love the things. But because there aren't a lot of things that can be crafted from these things yet, there is also not really gonna be a lot of demand for them. So I don't think I'm going to do a lot of desert stuff before the patch where they're going to patch in these more crafting oriented things that you can do with the sandstone. Yeah. So I think that's going to be how we end up here. We're going to go... Well, we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to go back for the respawns of the sandstone and obsidian to check if those spawns hold water. Then we're going to try to hit the respawns for the two adolescent willow things back in the other. They were back up here along this road somewhere. And then we are going to probably try to grab some tin and some willow planks that I've processed back home. And we're going to see if we can find a safe route to get them all the way down to Asmaran. Yeah. Because things will probably sell for a markup down there, since, you know, it's out of the way, it's going to be difficult to get willow, and if you died like an absolute mook, like I did on my way down there, you can still see my gravestone mocking me, then you won't be able to actually make your journeyman tool. Yeah. Unless you bring extra resources counting on dying, of course. But that seems like not a strategy that I would follow. But yeah, I can feel that my energy, you know, is dipping a little bit. I don't have... I haven't slept that much. Whew. So, yeah. That's a thing. Do 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 do. More heroic sandstone? Like I have literally gotten more heroic sandstone than common sandstone. I know that it's a random thing, so, you know, anecdotally, sometimes people flip a coin 10 times in a row and it comes up, you know, heads every time, and that's statistically extremely unlikely, but, you know, it's as statistically likely as any other outcome of flipping the coin 10 times in a row, right? It's just only one time out of all of those times. So, you know, sometimes you should get a lot of heroic just by pure coincidence, but yeah. Oh. Meh. I'm not interested enough in that to make inventory space for it. Oh, I am interested enough in that to make inventory space for it, though. Yeah, definitely. Sign me up. I'm not going to be able to switch these two. Ah, that's fine. That's interesting. That's an interesting spawn. I don't actually know if when we were here and we saw the despawning and tested that, I don't know if this was here at all. I mean, these have a 2-hour respawn on their own, so I mean, it wouldn't have to be. 5 uncommon sells better than 5 common, I guess. But yeah, it's just going to be vended. Maybe we should spend the time until the things come back up. We have about an hour. Maybe we should spend the time seeing if we can find the safe route to get down to Asmaran. Like, is there a route that never includes getting into the PvP zone? I don't know, but I do want to find out. If there is, it's going to be somehow either moving down through here or moving down here, and then this actually looks kind of like a ramp. We're going to check if that ramp exists. This way down. Yep. So, great haul so far. More heroic sandstone than common sandstone for some obscure reason. That's just how the spawn rates are, though. Oh, both day and night, it just looks so nice with all of those puppies. That's just excellent. I love that they went with that dense a spawn of them. That they aren't just like, oh, here's one puppy here and here's one puppy there. I don't even mind that they are even denser than the flower fields. You know, flowers should be in fields. That's super immersive to me. And I think it's fine that these flowers are in a much denser field than the other flowers. That's a nice ruby there, but yeah, I'm not going to be able to fight those. Not ruby, sapphire. I am going to grab this sapphire though. I do have a couple of rarities. There we go. I do have a couple of rarities on me. I have some uncommon here, and I think I have some... No, I put that away. Well, lucky that it was uncommon then. Parkour! Parkour! Dressage! Whatever it's called when you know, train horses to jump. There's a word for that. Oop, another sapphire. Very nice. But yeah, we did test, you know, sandstone things and stuff. And we do have a couple that we've put on timers to test respawn times. I had expected sandstone as a novice resource, novice stone resource even, to be on half-hour respawns in the same way that that both granite and basalt is. But it does seem to not be on that. It does seem to be that was a double negative, but it does seem to be on a I mean, I'm assuming it's 2 hours, because very few things are 1 hour. Some things are, though. I just realized the limestone is actually on a 1 hour respawn timer, so this might be on a 1 hour timer. If it is, we should be able to check it now, right? 22, 51, no, that's the obsidian, that's definitely not, but 57? That would be 2157? Yeah, that's, oh, I mean, that's rare Lumadon, that probably sells better than, what does it sell better than? Common copper? Who cares about common copper? That means that we should see a respawn right here, if that's the case, if it's on a 1 hour timer. So we're just going to go check that before we see if we can find the safe route for transporting resources later. Because, you know, in case it is on a 1 hour timer, that's nice to know. And we're just in the area. That's a very nice, like, cluster spawn here. Also worth keeping in mind. Cluster spawn right there. Obsidian and sandstone. And that means once they introduce journeyman resources to the desert, that will probably also be a nice place to find some of those. These things do tend to come together. Ooh, parkour. I must admit, I do like the meme things that are happening on this server, like someone creating a guild called Tough Guys while naming their character Tough Guy Tony. Ooh, they are back. If this one is heroic, and I'm very certain it's going to be, this should give us 5 heroic sandstone. If that's true, then we know that sandstone is on a 1 hour timer. Yep, sandstone. Let me just click this on. So this one, well, it is going to be 2303 if someone wants to come back for it. But the next harvest I did was at 2203. Obsidian, probably still going to be a 2 hour timer. I don't think these 2 nodes had spawned last time I was here. I think I just had, you know, granite, not granite, sandstone here. But we can test that because I harvested some obsidian right here. And that's the obsidian that I've marked as 2251. So, you know, that obsidian should have come up again if obsidian spawns in 1 hour. So I'm just going to go there real quick, just check it out. Because now that we know that sandstone is a 1 hour respawn. Oh my god. Then, I mean, obsidian might be as well, but it does seem to be something they've introduced for the stones. So like slate and limestone as well recently changed spawn timers from being 2 hours to being 1 hour. Yeah. That's very exciting. What's going on over here? I don't recall. Hold on. Let me just pull up a picture on my own screen here real quick. this node. No, this node should be here. So like sandstone spawn there, and I am standing at top of something here. So these, while close, aren't the same node. So the obsidian should spawn here-ish. And it's probably going to in another hour. Yeah. I don't have a lot of space in my inventory, so I'm not going to make space for the halcyon right now. It's just... someone else can find and enjoy that. We are going to go see if this is actually a ramp. And if it is, if that means that we can go this way, and that's a longer route, but that would make us never leave a zone and therefore never become PvPable. You know, we are always PvPable, but without people becoming corrupted for PvPing us. Ah, good old horsebug. But yeah, that's exciting. So, sandstone, 1 hour respawn times. Oop. Yeah. You're not Skyrim horse, that's for sure. Ooh. Yeah, that's too close to them. I won't be able to get that iron. What a shame. What a shame. Okay, I'm leaving you behind. You can come join me later when I'm running out of stamina. I should get a real mount at some point, because technically, as long as I have stamina, I'm faster than my mount. My mount is 135% ground speed. I can keep a constant pip of 20% up, and my sprint is 25. That's 45. So I am faster than my ground mount, and I have my extra movement from my flourish. And I can, if I just look at this and keep an eye on the pip, I have enough in my... Oop, I'm going to mine this copper. I have enough in the respawn of my quick wits and my flourishes to be able to keep a continuous cycle. So... whatever. So I can keep up 120% movement speed with some added, you know, movement. Ooh, that is valuable to me, actually. What is the least valuable thing in my inventory? I should do a video on how to choose what to throw out of your inventory as well. Obsidian, not useful right now. Going to make space for that sapphire. But yeah, I can keep up, as long as I can sprint, I can keep up 145. When I can't, I can still keep up 120. There are a lot of nice gatherables in this little area. This here, triangle, nice place to go for gatherables. So noted. Of course. And I can't just switch these out because you can't change stacks when stack sizes matter. You know what? Who cares about that sandstone? Going to put you down here. We're going to have some extra space. If this Lumadon becomes nice, we're going to grab that. Next on the chopping block is the 23 uncommon sandstone, because it is just a novice resource and you can't really use it for anything right now. Ooh, heroic Lumadon. I am going to put it on my list primarily so that you can see how I list things, but I'm not going to come back for it. It's not going to be worth for me. But yeah, Lumadon, respawn time of 2 hours, so that's going to be 10 past. I'm going to say 9 past. I'd rather be there early. Lumadon, and it's what do I call this area? I would call it Tripath northeast of Sunhaven. Tripath NE of Sunhaven. And it was harvested at 2209. And it has a quality of heroic. Yeah. Remove that so we can see the game again. So yeah, oh right, I probably didn't show you, but I pulled up this when I was like, what am I going to name this location? I pulled up the map so that I could go, it's a tripath, it's northeast of Sunhaven, I'm going to name it that. And it's just small mnemonic devices, right? Usually I remember mostly in my head, but it's nice to just look at a thing and go, what is... I would rather have 5 sapphires than you, actually. It's nice to be able to go, okay, what... Wow, yeah, that 2 copper as well? This place is rich, man. I am going to harvest that because if it's epic or heroic or legendary, that's still worth, even if it's copper. So, I'm going to grab those. I'm rich! Ha 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 ha. Or like... Yeah, no. No, I don't care. That one villain, like from Dexter's Laboratory, who laughs like ahaha, ahaha, haha, ahaha, ahaha, haha. So funny. Honestly, funny laughs is the funniest shit. Like, that's one thing that that One Piece, the anime and the manga, because Oda writes them out like that as well, right? But like they really nailed it to give every single character a memorable laugh. Everyone laughs in a weird, crazy, unhinged way. Like Luffy does his she, and I think it's Gecko Moria that has one that's basically a repeat of the Japanese word for darkness, but you know, made into a little, just the way he laughs, it's so funny. I'm not going to care for any of those. Did I get close enough to unlock that? I did. Good. I didn't want to get close enough to unlock it. I just wasn't actually sure I did. Ooh. This music slaps. Like, let me just... And then it stops. Of course the soundtrack stops just as I go like, ooh, that soundtrack slapped. Is it a repeat of the same one? Are we going to get those nice, like, female ethereal vocals? What spawned down here? We'll bug it real quick. /bug. Node spawning underneath stone. I have to look out for that thing. I'm scared. Gathering a node, probably mining, has spawned beneath this stone asset. Put these on the screen, screenshot. I don't think they need a lot of like hand holding on what that bug means. I know that you're supposed to... Ooh, wait, can I just move out here? This is higher and this is lower. Oh, that changes everything. Let's see, is there a good way to... Yes, I think I can just scoot along this cliff. Oh, that's great. This means this is going to make it... That means I can just run over here. And keep safe while... Oh, that's another sapphire. I'm going to grab that. And an emerald. I'm really on the lookout for emeralds because... currently, we're in this weird situation where enchanting is really good and adds a lot of primary stat if you do it right, like intelligence, for example. And ooh, I mean, I kind of maybe. Well, whatever to that copper. I was talking about maybe the let me just reset my brain. Beep, boop, boop, beep. Good. Ah, well, not. I mean, it feels a little bit entitled to be complaining that it's only heroic, but that is a little bit how I feel. I want the legendary stuff, please. Right, the best in slot stuff is currently something that you get from... I do care about the tin. Do I care about it more than the sapphire? I think I care more about it than the silly sapphire. Yeah. The best in slot thing is going to be... I'm just going to stop here so I can get this done. The best in slot thing right now is to get craftables at legendary quality and get them enchanted to a high level. So that means that technically things that are like level 10 required, because that's the highest thing we can craft right now, but crafted for legendary quality and then enchanted to like +8 till +10. Ooh. He didn't care about this copper. I do. Is actually going to be some of the best stat-wise gear you can get in the game right now. Even better than, you know, what you get from Steel Bloom Citadel when you are grabbing that, because that's always just... I think it can be rare, but it's mostly common and sometimes uncommon. And yeah, so the fact that you can actually... The fact that gear that you craft as for level 10 people are technically the best gear in the game for level 25 people when it's legendary and highly statted. I mean, it makes sense. You will want legendary things to matter, right? And you will want, like in Albion Online, you want the crafter economy to be the thing. You want that to be the most attractive thing you can do. So you do want that to be the case, and I think they're doing very well with that. And I think it's a good thing, honestly, that the best gear in the game right now, your best in slot, will likely be some legendary crafted gear for level 10, rather than some random dropped common, uncommon level 20 gear from Ruins. Not Ruins, of course. What's it called? Steel Bloom. Right? Steel Bloom? Yeah, Citadel of the Steel Bloom. I think that's pretty good. I am running in this direction, but like... Yeah, right now it's all about just reaching Asmoran, maybe just stockpiling some of these resources in the bank there, knowing that there is an easy way to get there, or easy but longer but safe from PvP, all free-for-all way to get there. And then we are going to hit up these nodes again. real quick for the to check the respawn timers on the obsidian, and then we are going back to the normal stuff to find some tin and some willow planks, so that we can bring them back down to Asmaran and set them for sale, so that we can see if there's any demand, right? They are going to be more expensive down there. I have put them up as more expensive, the ones that I've put up down there. I've put them double the price that I put them in most other cities. Simply because there aren't really any weeping willow in this biome, and you still need the weeping willow planks and tin ingots specifically to actually craft your journeyman tools. And the only place you can craft your journeyman axe on the server right now is in Asmaran. There's journeyman lumber milling in Winstead, but not journeyman lumber jacking. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is the music that I was like, that's so good. Of course it ends again the second I see it, but I really like this desert music. It's very, very nice. Ooh. This is an interesting area lore-wise. That tree looks very much like those... 2 seconds. That tree looks very much like those heart trees that each settlement has one of in the middle, and that there's a big, like, ruined one off here. So that tells me that at some point this was a lush green something something area. I think we can look forward to that probably being a... Oh, did I... There we go. We can probably look forward to this being maybe even one of those contestable areas for guilds, you know, like the God Spike. Maybe this tree can, you know, be refreshed and give a buff or something to the zone that holds it. It is kind of between these two. Difficult to say. Well, it's often difficult to say when you're just speculating like I am right now. However, I'm just going to turn the music volume down a little bit again here. Maybe I'll keep it at 70. You know, tell me if it's difficult to hear me over the music, if you think it's a weird audio balance. But I just really wanted to have it up for a little while because this desert music, that slaps. And that little horn coming in. Absolutely lovely. Yeah. I am on team this music. So, etching the plan for now. We have tested a lot of nodes. We are going to be going back home to grab willow planks and tin ingots to bring them down here to sell, because this is the only place right now on the server Lyneth that you can make a journeyman axe. And I have an assumption that I haven't seen yet, but I have an assumption that people might be willing to buy some local willow for that. Especially if they die on their way down here and just... Yeah, I've already sold... No, I think I had 20 and 17. Yeah, I think I haven't sold any here yet. Oh well. It takes a while, oftentimes. So... Honestly, let's just... Please get in there. I mean, I'm going to sell you... I'm going to sell you. I'm going to sell you. Going to sell you. I do care for the tin. I do care for heroic and above stuff. Yeah, just having that for when/if it becomes useful seems nice. Going to put some more acacia wood over, lumber milling wise. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Acacia, where are you? There you are. 100. Yeah, common. Yeah, these. Click in. If I tow you over there, there should be space for you. I can't use these for anything yet. The crafting stations don't actually support using these resources, so I'm just going to sell the normal stuff, sell this Lumidon, sell everything in this bag. Journeyman resources sell pretty well. Sell that. I'm going to keep this just for later. I'm going to sell that. Grab this, grab that. Don't need the agave. So acacia wood. I'm going to keep this down here. Yeah, I've sold what I want to sell. Now it's just to sort the bags for the journey back upwards. Oh. Grab the willow wood that I will want to be able to process back home. Put these things in here. I do probably want the glint back home as well. I don't have any of this. Right, that was the tin. I have the planks and there's this. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. There we go. Yeah, the glint I wanted to bring home. The droppings too. The coal definitely as well. Yep. Oh, right. There's journeyman down here. That should mean I can find a journeyman lumberjacking back. Come on, lumberjacking winter. Give me the good news. Yes. Yes. Hey, I wonder if people would be willing to buy these back home where... so that they don't have to go to the desert for them. Let me just grab like... yeah, that seems good. A handful plus a few. And honestly, I think currently my lumberjacks things are the apprentice things. So if I grab like 5 shirts, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5 skivvies, and 5 belts. Honestly, people might be willing to buy that for more. I don't know if they will, but you know how we find out? Ooh, that's lovely. By making them do it. Like putting it up, see if there's a market for that. Right? Not having to go down to the desert and just being able to grab it up there. How much did I pay for each of these? I'm just going to have to check for the minimal price I can take for them, because I need this plus some percent for the putting it for sale stuff. So 17 for this, 17 for this, 17 for this, and 7 for this. So this is probably... I need to get at least 30 silver a piece. I think that's doable, probably, potentially. Good. Moving back out. Right, the horse was right there. I was looking at my horse and decided to desummon it. As you do. So we're going to go back the same way. Also to prove to ourselves that we can come back this way, come up here again. and then we'll see from there. Yes. Oh, I'm so hyped that earlier in the stream we actually found a node that despawned on us, which means we could stalk that node until it respawned, or shuffled as I call it. And it does seem that shuffling is a 15-minute process, which is going to be super useful information. I just have to scour this 3.5 hour stream to find that that data again, but you know, worth. Yeah, this is one of those I just have to, you know, the best way through is through. Should they at some point catch my horse, I can move faster than my horse. Okay, the hatchlings are kind of scary, it seems. Luckily they have long attack animations, so they aren't doing anything, but they can actually move fast enough. The scorpions don't seem to move fast enough. Data noted. Are you down here now? Sklarisha, mother of pain. I guess you have multiple spawn points, because I definitely found you up here as well. Huh. Scary, scary thought. I was just about to run into her earlier as well. Like, when you're not really looking, she looks kind of like she's made of plant. And she moves sporadically, so she stands still for a while. And that made me go, oh, that's kind of cool. They've made like a sandstone, you know, sculpture of a scorpion. I wonder how that got, and then it moved. And I got out of there in time to not be instantly killed by the level 50 boss. You know, good things, good things. But yeah, the desert apparently isn't actually that scary. Like, a lot of low-level mobs have been added down here. It's no longer just a, you know, level 20 to 25 zone. It's actually a zone with some variety. Which is nice. I mean, I think you do need that if you want people to actually be able to live in a zone. You do need some sort of... I want to be there at some point. You do need some sort of ability to be safe while living there. And since lower level players, myself included, I'm only level 15, 14, going towards 15. Since lower level players are kind of the core of the economy, so to speak, it makes sense that you have to the Danish word is tilgodese. You have to ensure to meet those the needs of those people. That's, yeah. It's like, I would say meet the demands, but tilgodese is a softer word. It's We're not talking about things being demanded and things being. We're talking about things, you know, someone doing something to ensure someone else's enjoyment. A lot more volition in tilgodese than I would say that it seems to be in demand, right? Or meeting demand. Horse got grabbed by that very, very small rock. Very much not Skyrim horse. Ooh. Love that. Ah, that's a person's mount. Makes sense. I was like, is that where they spawn? But, I mean, it still might be. Tin deposit, tin deposit. Oh, well, sink, right. Oh, I keep mixing those two up in my head. I mean, sink is actually useful for leveling people's professions, so I'll take the uncommon sink. It's going to go out again if something more important arrives, but like, you can never have too much sink in the game, right? You do want people to be able to level their professions, so you have more choice in which artisans to buy your stuff from and all of that stuff. So it's very nice. And tin, of course, being very much needed now that I am going to try. Tin ingots have really dropped in price. There's a lot of them on the auction house, the trading posts around, so they are worth very little. But I'm just gonna try to move directly up here. If I don't have to go this way, but can just go this way, that's nice. Yeah, we've oversaturated the market for tin. Not the market for Weeping Willow. That still seems to be going very strong. But the market for tin definitely seems to be oversaturated. But there were no tin at all for sale down in Asmaran. So I figure maybe you can get more money from selling people tin down there. Like, one of the things that I really, you know, enjoy about social sandbox games like this one, it's that the decentralization of the auction house, you know, making it into separate marketplaces for all the different nodes, makes it so that there's an actual economy and profit in being the guy that transports the stuff around. Things are easy, and this, I think, is the first time we're really seeing that, because this is the first introduction of a new biome. But Weeping Willow, pretty okayly accessible up here. Very difficult to get down here. So the question is, are people willing to do that travel themselves to save 10 or 20 silver, maybe a gold, on some purchases? Or would they rather be willing to buy from someone who grabbed a whole bulk and put it for sale, more expensive, but, you know, on the affordable side still, and give me some profits for transporting it down there for them? I don't know yet. We are at 2240, which means, let me just pull out the old spreadsheet here. 2251, we should see an obsidian spawn. That should happen. Let me just see if I can, there we go. we should see an obsidian spawn that should happen around here. And that obsidian spawn should be heroic. So we're just going to stick around for 11 minutes, harvest some trees, do something, see if there's any interesting stuff to harvest around here before going for that obsidian spawn there. Again, to check if it's 2 hours, because I am fairly certain that specific node shuffled away from a granite node that I also grabbed a little bit earlier and over to an obsidian node. So there shouldn't be another shuffle for that node for the next 18-24 hours. So that should be a safe node to know, to use an as example, to know how spawn rates are in this area. I'm just gonna grab some random stuff while we're here. See if I can keep it up. My last round of sandstone literally had more heroic speaking of heroic, more heroic sandstone than normal sandstone in it. Apparently sandstone is just very heroic right now in the desert. Hero stone. That's what I call it. Are you there for the nodes? Actually, no, that node should spawn here. Well, they moved on. If they moved on, I'm going to grab the nodes. Because there's a sandstone that should spawn here, and then the other obsidian should spawn here. In 10-ish minutes from now. And those are the ones we've used to check it out, or whatever you say, to test for rarity, so see if it's consistent, right? Because right now the rarity system in the game is unfortunately, at least for mining and generally for most woodcutting as well, and for any apprentice herbs, the system is static. So the same node will respawn with the same rarity again and again until it shuffles. Which means your rarity rating seems to not matter right now. I have tested this by harvesting a round of basalt with my main here, who has, some rarity rating. I had an apprentice pickaxe then, and of course the where are the minor stuff? I think I had journeyman even of the, which has quantity rating and chance, and quantity rating and rarity rating, and so a little bit of rarity rating to go around, and it gave the same as when I then harvested the same ones with my alts that had no gear at that point at all. And that's not conclusive. Let's just be real honest here. That's not enough to actually decide whether a node is going to be whether rarity rating matters or not. But since every single node in this 20 node rotation dropped the exact same rarity both times, at least the variance is very low if it's there. And since I can go back to nodes of higher quality and they will respawn as the same, not quality, rarity, and they will respawn as the same rarity, there's a lot that seems to point in the direction that rarity is static for all nodes, mining nodes specifically, because there are a guy whose work I respect a lot. I was talking to him in guild chat, and we were comparing notes about harvesting trees, and he had a route where he found a lot of different rarities on the same node spawns, and that contradicted all of my testing. And my testing was consistent, and his testing was consistent, and so we had to figure out what's the potential explanation. And I haven't tested for this potential explanation yet, but what we think is going on is that some tree nodes grow up. That is, some tree nodes, when they respawn as a little sapling that can't be harvested. Then that sapling becomes an adolescent, and then that adolescent becomes an adult. And that's how most of the woods is supposed to happen. That's the system in a nutshell. But many trees do not. Many trees simply respawn directly as adults. And that goes for both the higher trees like, Weeping Willow and Braidwood. And it goes for... Oh, that one was a rare. Nice. And it goes for... And it goes for normal trees like this. Like, there's a chance... I don't know how this area handles it. I did see some baby trees just earlier. So, potentially these grow up naturally, as trees should. But it goes for some novice trees as well. Especially Western Larch, it seems. And so when... So basically the trees that spawn as their final stage seem to be static, and the trees that grow up seem to actually have some sort of random rarity each time they spawn, rather than just each time they shuffle. Yeah. I have that on my testing list. I have a lot of it on my testing list. The core guides that I really want to get out is, like I did one for mining, about how the spawn rates work in mining right now. I would very much like to do one for lumberjacking and one for herbalism as well. Oh, 48. I have to make sure that I get back there for 51. So we're just gonna mount up and go back there now. I have to make sure that herbalism and lumberjacking, that I get the right data right. Because if they do work differently from mining, and when there are spawns that are irregular, I need to... I don't need to, but I do want to do real research and be sure of the facts before I just spew them out into the internet. So... that is taking a while. And while they do sprout saplings. This is a little sapling. This is a little bigger sapling. Ooh. And while they... Wow. Oh. That one has loot. Nice. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, I've been streaming for a while and talking a lot, so my brain is a little bit fried right now. So that's the close one. I guess that's shuffled now, because this looks very much like where the granite spawn should have been. The other one, not the one that I'm testing. The one that I'm testing should be... Let me just pull off my picture so I can be sure to be in the exact location. Huh. The graphics on the ground have changed a little bit, but about here. Yeah. And while I'm doing that, I'm currently... I've prioritized another video that's a little bit less time consuming to research. And I have done the research and recorded the audio, and I was just waiting for the servers to get back up so I can film some video to make sure that matches what I'm saying. But I've made a video, or am soon going to release a video on the top 10 like most asked questions in global chat, because there's a lot of questions in global chat that just gets repeated again and again and again and again, and I figure one way of maybe not having to say the same thing as much in global chat would be to make a video that answers some of the most repeated ones. So I haven't taken only the most repeated ones. I have also taken some that are just a little bit more, they are common, but they are not constant. Something like, when will fast travel be introduced? I see that regularly, but I don't see it every day. But I think that's one of those that are interesting to listen to, even for people who do know and understand when and where cotton spawns, which is one of the other ones that I'm going to be covering. Or not spawns, because it doesn't spawn, that's the point. So yeah, to make it a little bit more interesting, I haven't just taken, this was asked 10 times during an evening, so that's the most, and then this time it's 8 times an evening. But just the ones that I see often and that I think are interesting to answer and to watch being answered. Yeah. Oh, there's a mob respawn. Also, this hasn't respawned yet, but it should have. According to the timetable. 51. And we are almost halfway into 52, which means it can't just be taking a little bit of time for it. And it shouldn't have shuffled again. So perhaps Obsidian doesn't have a 2-hour respawn timer either. I had assumed that Obsidian would have the same type of respawn timer as rubies, emeralds, and that sort of thing. That it would be the gem of the desert. But perhaps not. Perhaps it has 1.5 hours respawn timer. Or perhaps it does have a 1-hour respawn timer, and when I came back here to check on some granite and found that had respawned, I also harvested that. I'm going to have to check the footage for that. But yeah, it's 53 now, so there's no big reason to hang around here. That isn't going to respawn on the timer I expected. Either because the respawn timer is off, or because something is bugged about the node. Difficult to say from just one interaction, so to speak. But yeah, I'm going to go back home and begin looking into grabbing some tin ingots and some weeping willow planks so that I can transport them down to Asmaran to sell them for, hopefully, mad profit. Love this part of the music. I've called that out before. It's the worst part about that part of the music is that it's too short. They should stick with that part for like, okay, half an hour might be a little long, but it should. I just want to hear the whoa 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 music some more, right? Like, give me some of that big immersion. See, this is a bugged respawn node. And I think this is something that can happen with the shuffle. And this is definitely one of the things that made people think that, in the early days, people thought that harvesting granite and basalt made it a chance every time that there would spawn copper instead. So people were like, you guys are lazy, you should harvest all of that, blah 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 blah. But I this is just because when it shuffled, it didn't properly load that it should shuffle. So we're going to bug that. Resource node shuffle bug at makes obsidian and sandstone spawn on top of each other. So this is a gathering thing, and this is mining. Add report location. Something has gone wrong in the way the node calculates respawning into new nodes. The old spawn of sandstone has respawned, but so has the obsidian. So has an obsidian slab that seem to have shuffled in. I don't know how to reproduce the bug, but it might be up when they respawn again here. Of course, put that in, include the screenshot, do all of that. I wonder if this sandstone is still heroic sandstone, because the stuff was heroic sandstone earlier. Because if it is, then no. Huh. Then I guess maybe the obsidian node is the old one and the sandstone node is the new one that has spawned on top of it. Because here or here there are like 4 spawn points right here along this ledge. And one of them spawned heroic sandstone for a while. I really like acacia trees. They're very pretty, they're very thematic, they're just nice. They're just nice. Goodbye, desert music. I'm really gonna miss you. Ooh, I don't want to go this way actually. I want to stay within the no PvPing zone. Did I aggro? I didn't aggro. I have time. Ooh. My voice isn't used to talk for 4 hours straight. Time to use my diaphragm. It is important when you talk to activate your diaphragm, because if you activate your diaphragm, then you don't hurt your voice as much. True facts by Moog Chivalry. Or something like that. In here there can spawn Weeping Willow, so it's nice to just check when we are running past. Ooh. I wonder if these cacti are harvestable. Or if they're bugged. Just gonna park the horse here. You are bugged. I can't even reach you. Oh, that's weird. Oh, good. What about you? No. Slash bug. Unharvestable Saguaro cactus nodes. Saguaro. I'm just gonna make a real quick Google search. Saguaro. Saguaro. Yeah. No N in Saguaro. Gathering and lumberjacking, and the 3 nodes in this picture are unharvestable. Yeah, you know, when it's late in the day, you've been online for a while, the bug report might just be a little bit more basic. I think they know how to handle that. So, first to Winstead, to both check in with the weeping willow that I have cooking there, and to see if there's any more. Then to Halcyon, where I have a bunch of tin ingots in storage. Back to Winstead, and then back down to Asmaran to put it out, hopefully for a profit. Do. Also, these 2 like weeping willow nodes that we harvested, they come up in 45 minutes or so. So I think maybe we'll end the stream on, you know, grabbing them instead of, you know, going all the way back to Asmaran, which is mostly just me traveling. I think maybe you know, it's a good endpoint. We can check out if that's still bugged, if they still get that same quality thing, and they will probably spawn in as adolescents again. But you know, it's always nice to do a couple of harvests of the rare stuff when a patch has just come in, to check if they sneak updated and changed some of the things, like they did with what are they called? The stone nodes, like slate and limestone, which used to be a 2-hour cooldown like every other node, but when they added the resources to the desert node, they made it so that those nodes were now on a 1-hour respawn timer, and I have not seen them mention that anywhere. I might just be bad at reading patch notes, which is fair if I am, but yeah, I haven't noticed it. And I have read the patch notes since back then. I didn't always, but I do now. So, yeah. We're going to go... I mean, that is the more forested way, but it's mostly going in... Yeah, we're going this way. That's fine. And I wouldn't, of course, mind finding another weeping willow on my way back. That would be fine. You know, I'll take it. I won't complain. Yeah, I mean, I had my hope up for like a millisecond, but this weeping willow, it's a fake weeping willow. It's a fake. It's a cheater. It's a dirty cheat. It's part of this estate. Here, I'll show you. Oh, never have a man's dreams been so trampled upon. Keep them on your estate, please. Like, this one, fine. It's within the boundary. It's... Okay, now I have to check, because technically nodes can spawn within. Imagine if this had been a real spawn and no one had grabbed it because it was within the boundaries of a freehold. I also don't. Well, I have noticed that on the freehold that spawns here, back here, there are respawns of Western Larch. So technically, Weeping Willow would be able to spawn on top of freeholds, probably. Ooh, that's a drop wolf. Thank you, Howie. Do, 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 do. Yeah. I want to be up there. Honestly, I'll go this way. That's fine. Then we'll see if some deeper in we. Wow, that's a weird place for a single Eastern Hemlock. And I just lost my train of thought. Yeah. It is definitely a good thing to be potentially ending this stream, well, within the end of, the hour-ish. The bandits and the wolves should fight each other. They should be able to aggro on top of each other. I don't know if I actually think that in real life, so to speak. Mobs being able to fight each other is cool and immersive, but it's also very difficult to make to prevent people from exploiting. Because if I can pull mob groups on top of each other and then just, let them tank each other, but deal enough damage that that I get the loot. Yeah. Ooh. Do. Honestly, I kind of like traveling in games like this. It's very nice that, once even while you're on the road, while you're doing stuff, you can keep yourself distracted from the time it takes to travel by, looking around, because semi-regularly rare resources will spawn near the road. Like that iron node back there, for example. And, by being aware, you can grab that. Yeah, it's they really over nerfed the Dark Lullaby. I get that it dealt a lot of damage before, but when it deals when I have 5 debuffs on my enemy, and the Dark Lullaby still oh my, there's /bug invisible terrain. World functional. There is some terrain here that is invisible but climbable when trying to reach the sapphire node spawn. Boop. Yeah. And poof goes my train of thought. No clue what I was just talking about. If anyone is more aware than me, then, you know, feel free to fill me in, but that's me in literally every situation ever, but especially when I'm getting a little tired. Do 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 do. Boom, 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 boom. So, another just like quick update. What are we doing right now? We have just successfully been down into the desert, and we have tested a couple of respawn timers and stuff like that. Seems like the sandstone is on a 1 hour respawn timer, and the obsidian might be on a 2 hour respawn timer, but might not. We just had an experience that seemed odd, but I'll have to watch back to see if it's actually the same node or if it's a different node, and some weird shuffle stuff happened. But we found out while down in Asmaran, this is the only place currently on the Lineth server that you can grab the woodshop thing, that you can make your logging tool. So we are going to try to get some willow planks and what's that called? Willow planks and tin ingots down there, because that just, you know, seems to be a place where you can charge more for it. Yep. Do. Okay. I am definitely going to save the rare Arcadia, whatever you call it, wood. But probably not the common. I'm probably just gonna sell that. Do. Keep zinc, keep heroic sandstone? Probably. Sandstone can go in here. I'm going to take this zinc back with me. Not the zinc. This tin back with me. Have a lot of weeping willow planks I can grab down to the desert. It's good. Oh, this is also wood. Do I have the right gear on? Miller. Yep. Look at those lucky rare drops. Nice. I'm going to be ready at some point to give them the same processing to hopefully at some point turn them into a couple of them into heroic if I'm lucky. And I do hope to be. Yes. I think I'm okay with that processing for now. I'm going to go back here and put those, make those plankable. Do. Planks. Weeping willow plank. Boop. And 20. There's at least 25 there. Start a 25 job. I honestly like not going beneath 25 at a time at jobs, because it seems like above that you often get additional rarity increases, but below that it's rarer. That's definitely perception and not real, but I'm a slave to that as much as the next guy. Western large. Got my stuff. I 795. 55 for rare is kind of good. Yeah. $440 for common. I think I will take that. Not quite sure about the 880 for uncommon. $550 for common. Also very good. I'm going to need to get some more gold from the stuff that I've sold. There we go. Do. Wow, heroic planks for only 55 apiece. I regularly am able to sell them for more than that, so I'm just gonna grab that. Ooh, $4.99 per. Currently cash tight, but that will solve itself, as these things do. Transfer 5 over. Yeah, now it's storage problems, because I would actually like to come back here and put a full 250 job over. But I guess a couple of random 100 jobs is fine. I do have the space for it. I do have the space for it. I do not really have the space for it. At least not here. But that's when I begin using... Huh, you actually don't even get to 100 again. Well, then I won't use the other one. Do. Want to bring these planks up to Halcyon. Probably want to bring the iron with me. Single rare plank, sure. Halcyon, I think, is a good place to sell your single planks, because Halcyon specifically has the agricultural supply and the cookhouse. And one of those two things, I think it's the cookhouse, one of those two things have, do the fishing thing. And fishing, the fishing poles require first large timber and then willow planks. So at some point people will want the planks in Halcyon, one at a time, that is. While while people would like 10 at a time to actually finish their tools anywhere that the tool requires more planks. It has to be a quick one, though, if we are to make it back in time for the willow respawns. And we do want that. That is one thing that would be nice with a faster mount. If the horse can outrun the wolf when it has 35% increased movement speed. So theoretically, if your mount had 170 movement speed at all times, it would always, even without actually activating the dash, be able to outrun the wolves. So yeah, that's a good argument for a better mount. I am going to get that at some point. Yeah. But yeah, it was fun. I'm very happy about the thing in the desert where we grabbed the, the node that despawned on me that can help inform us about the entire, like, what kind of a timer is there when a node shuffles, when one node stops being, when a copper node leaves and becomes an iron node at random, when will that, how long will that take? How much will that, and the answer seems to be 15 minutes. So the way I think about it when I want to use that in praxis is if I harvest two nodes that are close to each other, and then I come back for those two nodes again 2 hours later, and one of those nodes don't respawn at the same time as the other one, and it's a kind of busy area, then I can assume that whenever in that time span of 2 hours that node shuffled, it spawned 15 minutes after that. And that means there's at least a delay in when I will see it again of 15 minutes. But that also means that if someone harvested it, you can probably be lucky, and because if this is specifically if it's in a crowded area, right? Someone will probably have grabbed that node within 10-15 minutes of it spawning. And there's rubber banding on this like zone border. I think we just changed server worker. Yeah, we're just doing it now. This is why I like to record videos in advance. That makes it a lot easier to explain. But you have two nodes. You harvest both those nodes. One of them stops spawning at the time you expect it to spawn. That node will likely respawn within the next half hour max. The reason for this is that what we just tested and found out was that the shuffle timer seems to be 15 minutes. So when a node stops spawning and then respawns, that seems to take 15 minutes. Now, if your nodes are in a crowded area, those nodes will probably be taken within the first 15 minutes of spawning. So when your node, no matter when your node despawned, it will then respawn with a 15-minute timer, and then someone else will have grabbed it shortly thereafter. Which will, there's still the risk that it shuffled when you get there. There's still the risk that it shuffled when you get there, and then you will kind of be, it will have just been harvested, and then it will still have, its full 2 hour or whatever respawn. But yeah, maybe this isn't as useful information as I convinced myself it would be. I'll have to think about that. But still, it's nice to know how long respawn timers are. And I'm just really quickly here checking out what people sell willow things for in Halcyon. I just grabbed a whole bunch of willow wood for like 4 to 5 each over in Winstead. Yeah, planks for 22. That's what I sell them for in other cities. I only sell them for 17 in Halcyon because bias, straight up. Yeah, 115. I just bought 5 of these planks for like 44 silver each or something like that. Like, I looked at that and went, wow, these usually go for a lot more. So that's very nice. 33, 1650. Someone is selling real cheap common ones there. Worth keeping in mind. Okay. So I already sold a couple here. Maybe I'll leave these two here and go find somewhere else to put the rest. Yeah, I think I might. But I'll put up the rare one for people who are in between all of this. The rare will be... you know, let's say 1 gold, 20 silver. This way, 1 gold, 20 silver. Seems good. Yep. Do 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 do. The curse of a full storage. I think no, I don't think. No thoughts. I'll grab these and these. I think I have it in my button storage. Some commons, single uncommon. Fine. Put you there, put you there. That makes a little bit of space for you. Bit of extra guano. Let's get the coal nice and central. Keep stacking these up. Yeah, I'll grab the heroic ones as well. Yeah, honestly, I could grab the epic ones as well. I have a lot of extra epic tin lying around that I just need someone to convert for me. Yep, seems good. Boom, boom. Back to Winston to bank, and then to grab our last couple of things before wrapping up the stream. The last couple of like willow trees and stuff. This has been kind of fun. It's good training in just talking and actually pronouncing your words and stuff. I think I might make this a thing, like testing Thursday. There are lots of things that could be interesting to test. Because this time it was spawn rates in the desert, but I might have to level up a bit. because when it comes to rarity and drop rate and that kind of thing, I've been told that, or rather Steven has said that the drop rate for full items should be 2 to 4%. And that you get the best chance of a drop rate within 5 levels of the mob. So, if I level up to like 17, get some good gear already here at level 14, honestly, then in here, on top of this mountain, a rare called Bone something something spawns. And that rare drops rarely a recipe for a rare helm that's best in slot right now for casters. It's only for level 10, right? But again, legendary level 10 gear with max enchantments are the best gear you can get in the game right now. Until we get journeyman up and going all the way through the, like, so you can get the armor done. And that'll probably be a while, honestly. But yeah, it would be interesting. That should have a 45-minute respawn timer. And if it's level 17, that mob, or that boss. But some people said that bards can solo it if they are playing well and doing good. And I'd like to try that. We have been nerfed significantly recently. But we do have decent self-sustain still, and, you know, I might be able to pull something like that off. And either way, the main point is that level 25 players can no longer really grind this, or they can. It's only at 9 levels above that something stops dropping loot and XP completely. But if we assume that they have extremely reduced drop rates for this boss, the most efficient way to actually grind the rare component for the helm that boss drops would be to be somewhere between level 12 and level 22 when you kill it. And so, you know, testing drop rates, killing that boss a couple of times could be interesting. Yeah. But that requires that I get a little bit more into the PvP, not PvP, PvE, the combat, the fighting part of this game, because currently I'm mostly just gathering, processing, crafting, doing that old stuff. Which is lucrative. It's extremely lucrative. I'm earning good gold. I have it all invested in stuff right now, but yeah, feels good. But yeah, I think once I get I should also do some hunting, honestly. I should get around to actually leveling a hunting character, because hunting, Steven mentioned kind of offhandedly at some point that hunting, especially the rarity system, is the way they want to go with the rest of the systems. And it would be interesting to get some knowledge by doing some hunting. I know that there's actually a pretty decent area, like here. There spawns a decent amount of like bears and wolves and spiders and stuff. So a bunch of like novice drops, not necessarily the best things to sell afterwards or anything like that. But if it drops and it's, you know, gives XP, then that's the most important part, right? So yeah, I am considering getting into hunting. Going to leave these here. Let's just check our timetable really quickly. 46, so we have to get a little bit of a move on. I'm also going to leave these here. And the rest of them down here. I don't think there was actually anything I had to do here. This is going. That's good. So all I really have to do is get... Whew. Get to the node, as Schwarzenegger would say. I don't quite remember where it spawns. I think it was over by these rocks. I didn't actually take a picture. But this feels right. Oh, huntable raven. Don't mind if I do. I was just talking about leveling some hunting. Well, it's not going to be something I do on this character. He already has the professions I want for him. But, you know, all kinds of animal carcasses seem rare enough that you just should grab them when you can. Yeah. So yeah, there should spawn a rare willow tree. Right here-ish. In 2.5 minutes. Good time. Do 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 do. I can just look up if there's any new news. No. Well, it is honestly, I think when they on their Discord told us that the realms were unlocking again, they specifically said we also plan to have daily restarts scheduled to happen at what's 11 a.m. for me on NA realms and what's 2 a.m. for me on EU realms. And I'm playing on an NA realm, but I am based in the EU. And it's very nice because there's been a period of time where we've just generally had these daily restarts, but they have not been explained, so to speak. They haven't been, you know, specifically called out, which means it's been a little weird to, you know. Yeah. It's just been people keep saying, oh, soon it's going to go down, then it's going to go down, blah, blah, blah. So just having official times for it, you know, putting it in a system. I think that's what I'm trying to get at here. The fact that they're putting it in a system so that we can rely on about when things are going to go down, I think that's a really good choice. Yeah, very happy with that. Generally very happy with their communication. Okay, within the minute now. Unless it's shuffled, of course. That is definitely possible. Yep, there we go. And so this is the problem with rarity, in case you don't know it. This one is going to be rare. Yeah. And we're looking forward to the day when they redo the system so that I can't predict that in that way. For now, we're just going to go, yeah, this one is going to respawn again midnight, 1, 2, 3. And I had it harvested at 23:46. Yeah. And now we go to the, I forgot to click that off for you. Next place in line, it's like here-ish. It was like this arrow formed lake. It's like a little bit of a sad trajectory from that. Is how I remember the next location. Sad trajectory from the arrow lake. So a little like western of the Tower of Coffin. Ooh, let's just grab this iron on the way down. We didn't stop for much last time, so that means we don't have a lot of time between the two spawns this time either. And since it is a willow tree, people are very interested in grabbing it, so it won't stay up if we don't get it. Ooh, nice, a bluebell. Do, do, do. We're looking to get to here-ish. But yeah, wait, is it already up? Or is that a different willow? That's definitely a different willow. I'm not gonna risk this one on that. Yeah, I'm going to go down to this one, which was here-ish. I think I remember it being like maybe here-ish. Maybe up here. Oh well, we'll just keep an eye open. Either way, it's been a fun experience, like actually having to talk my mind out as I think it and stuff. So I might do another one of these. Probably Thursdays, honestly, because it just seems, you know, testing Thursday, it rhymes, and the servers come back up then, so there's going to be stuff to do then. Yeah. But I don't know. We'll see. I think it depends a little bit on... This is, to me, it's a break from writing guides that still feels like I'm being investigative of the game itself and developing my abilities to do online content and talk and do all of that kind of stuff. There we go. But it's, you know, there we go. It was heroic, like last time. Let's see if the one that seemed to have spawned within, like, a rock here somewhere, if that's harvestable. Where did that spawn? There was another willow tree up here, and I didn't want to grab it in case that meant I missed this one. Ah, it's there. Yeah, wizardry is probably also just trying to grab it. Yeah, it has it's spawned within the rock in a way that makes it difficult to get. Yep, that's not possible. Well, we started this journey in Winstead, and we grabbed the rare and heroic Weeping Willow on our way out, going down into the desert, getting ourselves killed on the way, but finding that you can actually, if you go through here, you can go down here and over, and that means you don't have to enter the freefall PvP area at all, which is nice. Are you pulling mobs? They don't seem to be hitting me, so cool. Also, Asmaran has in Lineth has a wood shop that is the only place you can do journeyman tools right now. So ferrying Weeping Willow and tin ingots seems like a good way to earn some arbitrage there, because it will be worth more down there than up here. But yeah, I think that's it for now. I've been going for almost 5 hours. Right. We also found the most important thing. Which was here. We found that the shuffle probably takes about 15 minutes to take effect. So like when one node despawns, the time before it becomes another node, like these despawns as in changes, not as in resets. I'm just going to move away from this web weaver. Okay, I'm going to kill this web weaver. New plan. There we go. So yeah, yeah, that's going to be it's going to be nice to know that once you harvest there's a whetstone over here. I think I can test it on, or not test it on, but use it as an example. It might be farther away. Whatever. This ruby will not always respawn as a ruby. Sometimes it will respawn as something else that can, for example, be a copper node. That doesn't happen. That's not a chance it has every time. It has a respawn, a shuffle time that's like every 18 to 24 hours, a new node spawns instead of that ruby. And what we just learned is that when that ruby stops spawning, the time it takes before another node spawns is about 15 minutes. So if I harvest that ruby and it shuffles immediately while it's despawned, it will take 15 minutes. So you can add 15 minutes to the time between spawns if you want to grab something like that again at some point. So if you are interested, I'm overpowering myself with the game sound here. If you are interested in grabbing a spawn again at a later time, it's a good idea to if it doesn't respawn, that ruby will respawn every 2 hours. But if it doesn't, and it has shuffled, it will add 15 minutes to that respawn time. So check again 2 hours and 15 minutes in, because that might make the spawn happen. It might also have shuffled at some point during that, and someone else has grabbed it, and then, you know, again, within the next 2 hours it will spawn, because that's how it works right now. We're excited for when that changes, but I'm very excited for that news. I think it's amazing to know what the shuffle timer is, but I also am excited for when the system stops being static and starts having a like plus minus 10 minutes respawn timer. That's enough to make it impossible to make routes, right? Right now I could go from that willow tree to that willow tree. No one had a chance to stop me because I knew they were going to be there, and they didn't. So I can just stand there as they spawn. And since it's a 4-hour respawn time, I can have a pretty big route with all kinds of stuff that I just slowly slurp up as it is. So the game really, with that mechanic, encourages long play sessions where you can be online entire days at a time. And many people will not have that kind of time. So I would like it to change so that, and if it's just like plus minus 10 minutes for the respawn timers, like imagine this one, instead of spawning exactly 2 hours later, it randomed into spawning 2 hours and 2 minutes later, whereas this one randomed to spawning 1 hour and 58 minutes later. That would mean that even though I knew about the spawn times of these two, this one would have been up for a while before I could get to it, because I was waiting for this one. So I wouldn't be able to do that route thing that is technically available for people who are willing to, you know, spend an entire day at a time setting up the routes. Yeah. So I'm excited, but we know that they want to remake that system. We know that it's going to be something different. We know that it's going to be more like the hunting system rarity-wise, and we know that they don't want it to be static respawn timers. So I'm looking forward to that. But for now, that's been about 5 hours of me, you know, testing and ranting at you guys, and it's been a joy, and I'll see